Hello? There we go. Okay. Sorry. So I got a new microphone for my birthday, which was September 7, and it is October 4. Yeah, I haven't streamed in a while. And it's not like my normal I haven't streamed in a while. This is a I haven't streamed in a while. I could say that it was because I got busy, which is true. But honestly, let's just be real here. It's the big sad. It's going around. But I am forcing myself to stream today. That's probably a good thing. Get back on schedule, do some stuff, hopefully have some fun. I haven't had a chance to talk with you guys in a long time, and that always makes me have a good day, so. Woo! Okay, got my ring light here, because I realized it's a bit dark. I keep looking at my microphone. Here, let me show you guys my new microphone. Ugh. I've got too many cameras in weird spots. Okay, it's my new microphone. Huh. It's a Blue Yeti mic, which is ironically white, but it's excellent. It's awesome. I've already done some voiceover recording with it for some other videos I was working on, and boy, it is just an awesome mic. I love it so much. Yeah, so what we're doing today... Oh, wow. Is that really what my hair looks like from behind? Okay. What we're doing today is we've got this adorable dragon head. His name is Indigo. Been working on him for a while, but what we gotta do is we've had to fur him today. So we're gonna use our masking tape, cover up half of the head, and yeah, we're just gonna see how far we can get within the time I have before I have to go, before I get tired or something. But before we start that, I have some new projects in the pipeline after Indigo is done, and so I have some furs ordered. And they just happened to come in the mail right as I was setting up today. So I guess we're going to open some furs. Which is always fun. Let's see what we have today. If I can set up the camera. You know, I think that my least favorite part of streaming is setting up the camera. Because I always have to move it every 3 seconds. It gets kind of annoying. Okay, I'm going to switch to one cam. Oh boy, got bright. Alright, let's see what we have here. So, make sure I don't accidentally show off my address like that one time. I actually haven't shown off my address before an accident, but I have shown off my license plate, which isn't as bad, but still not good. So I had to fix that in post. Okay. So this is a somewhat small order from Howl Fabrics. I highly recommend them. I usually get furs from Fursuit Supplies or Big Z Fabric or Howl Fabrics. I have tried other places. Fabric, S-Y. They're not bad either, but this is my favorite three. Alright, so you can see they've already wrapped. Hang on. Okay. You can already see they did a good job wrapping it up here. I like it when they wrap it in foil. Most places do this because, well, not foil, but, you know, it's just plastic wrap, like a garbage bag, because it keeps the fur and fabric from getting smelly, like, it's, yeah. Anyways, here are our swatches. Wow. So every once in a while, Howl Fabrics comes out with a new few number of swatches, and you can buy the huge pack of swatches, or you can just, like, add on to your collection by getting just, like, the new ones. So this is the new set for fall 2021. These are beautiful. Let me try to remove. God, it's been so long since I've streamed. Obviously, I don't remember how to speak English anymore. Let me try to reposition the camera so that you guys can see a little bit better. Alright. We're getting there. Maybe a little bit lower. Alright. So I just saw Venom 2 the other day. I thought it was pretty good. It wasn't the best film I've ever seen, but I really enjoyed it anyways. It was a fun ride. It was okay. I'm like a huge Spider-Man nerd. I love Spider-Man stuff, so I am pretty sure I'm gonna stream Spider-Man games pretty soon because, boy, that sounds fun. Okay. So now we can get some nice light, natural lighting on this. Wow. So this is some bunny fur, I do believe. Oh, it's called beaver. Cool. Wow, these two together, like this gold and this purple, are great. Purple Fizz Luxury Teddy and Gold Beaver Super Seal. Those are nice. And something I love about Howl Fabrics is that they have a lot that are like, they go together. Like, look at this list right here. Like, these are, they all go together. You know, they're the same shade, except they're different cut. Like, this is Luxury Teddy, so it's nice and short. And this one is just regular Luxury Shag, so it's about 1 inch long. Definitely awesome. Like, you can use these for all different things. So, I'll just quickly tell you guys the names of these, so if you're interested, you could look it up. We've got the Chocolate Luxury Teddy, Savannah Lion Luxury Teddy, and Silver Gray Luxury Teddy. This one's pretty. These are all pretty. I probably would have used this color on Figbee if it existed at the time. Even the camera doesn't do it justice. I think I might have to color correct this episode before I send it to YouTube. So this is Azure. Something I just learned how to pronounce. Azure. Luxury Shag and Luxury Teddy. Purple Fizz Luxury Shag. I've been waiting for a color like this for a while. UV Flare. Okay. I think we're back! Okay. Thank you for helping me figure this out, Indigo. Let me know if you can, if it looks like we're back. I think we're back. My internet is kind of shoddy. It'll go out for like 15 seconds once every few hours. It's so stupid. Yeah, okay. I'm so sorry about that. It's so dumb. You want a cute little up view of your head? Look at him. He's looking. Aww. He's so cute. I'm really jealous. I really want him. Okay, great. Thank you so much for... Thank you. Trying to help me figure out why it's off. Now I'm definitely gonna have to edit this episode before it goes to YouTube. Alright, let me finish renaming these in case anyone wants to know. I love the Deluxe Fox. That's awesome. The best colors. So those are Silver Gray, Savannah Lion, and Chocolate. Ooh, Savannah Lion. So that goes with this two go together. That's nice. Awesome. Thank you for helping me figure out to make sure the stream is back on. I really appreciate that. I really hate the internet here. Most of the time it's great, but it's always when I'm playing like a competitive match of some game or something, or if I'm trying to stream. Okay, we've got Orange Luxury Teddy, Butterscotch. Ooh, Butterscotch, that's a nice color. Ooh, Deluxe Fox of Butterscotch. Amethyst Purple, Luxury Teddy. Ooh, I love these. These are nice. UV Lemon Luxury Teddy, Neptune Blue Luxury Teddy. Yeah, lots of new colors. I really appreciate Howl Fabric and Fursuit Supplies. Always have new colors all the time. It's awesome. Mango Luxury Teddy, Indigo Luxury Teddy, as well as their Luxury Shag counterparts. and Cool Mint luxury teddy with Sweet Potato luxury teddy, and their luxury shag counterparts. Wow, these are beautiful colors. If you are at all interested in trying out some new colors, sorry, if you're interested in trying out some new colors, definitely order a swatch or two, because man, these are really beautiful. All right, let's get to the real deal here. Usually they send me like an invoice or something so I can read out the name of these. I don't know the name. Basically, I had to order a lot of Minky, and boy, Howl Fabrics just got a ton of new Minky in stock. Tons of different colors. Like, I'm talking like over 50 colors. I think it's like 70 plus colors, but I'm not sure. But yeah, like any color you could possibly need. And these are colors that I'm going to need for future commissions, so that's why I had to order a lot of them. But yeah, like, wow, look at all these colors. So if you need a very specific Minky, that is it. That's the place I'll send you to. Howl Fabrics. They've got you covered. Boy, so black Minky. This is just standard plain black Minky fabric. Would you believe how hard it is to get a hold of this? Like, I go to the store, usually Joann, because I live in Michigan. Sorry. I live in Michigan. That's the fabric store you go to if you want fabric. But for some reason, they will not restock the black Minky. What the heck? It's not like it's a rare fabric. Like, all these colors, these specialty colors, yeah, I can see having to order those, but I've gotten black Minky from Joann Fabrics before. I don't know why it's such a huge deal right now. Like, it shouldn't be so hard to get some plain black Minky. Alright, so those are all Minky colors. Unfortunately, I don't have the names for you. I do believe this is Steel Gray, luxury or deluxe fox. Super beautiful, high quality. I love luxury / deluxe fox. It's beautiful. It doesn't have to get brushed as often either because it's such a high quality fur. So if ever I get the chance to use it, I always do. The only trouble is it doesn't come in a lot of colors, so. But it does come in black, white, ivory, sometimes some grays, and if you're lucky, it'll come in some random colors that somebody decided to do like a custom run. Wow, so yeah, this is ivory. Very pretty. Ooh, alright. Forgot about this. Wow. Okay, so I did have to get 2 yards of this pastel yellow bunny shag, and oh yeah, I'm totally gonna have to color correct this episode, but this is beautiful. Super, yeah, basically pastel, just like it says. It's very cute. I really love yellow. Yellow is a good color. And honestly, that's it. Those are the colors that I needed. I didn't need too much for the upcoming commissions, but if I do order some more furs, I will 100% open them on stream with you guys, because I think it's fun. It's like open up a present, you know? Even if you know what's inside, it's like, oh boy, can't wait. And honestly, I'm so stupid. I just love the boxes. Like, they come in boxes, and you know I have lots of stuff up here. Lots of things to keep organized. So having an extra box for projects, I'm so into that. I love that. Alright, this is a lot of Minky. Ooh. I'll tell you what, I can't wait to sort this. This is going to be a fun thing to put away later. Not ironically, really. I really am going to enjoy folding all those and putting them away. And cataloging them. I actually do keep a catalog of all my swatches, so that way I can make sure I don't accidentally order the same thing like 5 times. Okay. So that was a fun little distraction. Oops. Oof. Dark. I'm gonna have to close the window. Alright, so let's set up for what we were really trying to do today. I was thinking how awesome it would be to have a third camera. Not like I desperately need one, but it would be nice to have a third camera so I wouldn't have to reset up so often. And also, if I wanted a camera specifically for my sewing machine over here, it wouldn't be as hard to, re-maneuver. There we go. Okay. ironically, to make it brighter on me, I have to make it darker in the room. What even? Okay. So we've got this... Wow, this fabric box is in the way. Hang on, I'm gonna have to move this. Move. The story of my life. I have to finagle everything. If I want enough space to work on a project, I've got to move stuff. Okay. Cool. So I've got this extra ring light here, just in case we need more light. Good. Sweet. Looks pretty good to me. Let's try to make it a little bit brighter. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Alright. Let's do this. My boy. So here's our Indigo boy. He is beautiful. So I did make sure to do as perfect of symmetry as I possibly humanly could. And I'm really pleased with how this one turned out. Like, I think out of all the symmetry attempts in my past, I think this one turned out really, really, really well. So when you're working on the foam part here, you want to make sure that both sides, you know, that's symmetry here. Then make sure that both sides are as equal as they can possibly be. So if you don't do that, then if you try to mirror the pattern, it'll be baggy or look really awkward. You want to be very as careful as possible. And it can be very, very hard, especially when you're trying to make something even that's like a 3D physical tangible object. Like, imagine trying, you know how people draw like an eye and then they're like, I can never draw the other eye. Yeah, try doing that in 3D space. It's hard, but I believe in you. And I'm gonna give you some quick tips on how I usually do this. So, well, first I'll start with the eyes here. The eyes are kind of like the main center hub. Like, you want to make sure everything else is built around the eyes. So when you make the eyes, you need to make sure they're in the exact perfect position, like right where they need to be. So you need to make sure that, you know, like they're in a good spot for the viewer, the wearer, to be able to view out of them. So that's the first thing that you need to make symmetrical. So when you're first building your head, everything else can kind of like wait to make it symmetrical, but not the eyes. Those are the most important thing. So these holes here, these holes, kind of work on them at the same time. Like, start building up one, make it so it can actually hold on to the eye. It might be kind of janky, like not perfect, awkward, it might have holes. That's okay. The first step is to try to make sure it's holding in there at the same height and the same distance away from the center. That's the most important, is that it's kind of holding it in the same spot. And once you have your eyes held in the same spot, like they're the same angle, like this way and this way, same distance, same height, then you can go around and add extra foam around here to fill in any holes, so it's not like janky, awkward, stretched, too small. Just, it's a very delicate process. It takes a lot of little bits of tweaking and extra work, but once you get that perfect round shape and you get it to fit in there perfectly, then you're good. Hey! How you doing? Yeah, I haven't streamed in like a month. I think it's like actually been a month, like a full month. But I'm back! How you doing? I forgot that I added the thing where you can put the emotes on the screen. I love that. We're just going over stuff that's just fun to talk about. We're just talking, to be honest. Just talking for a long time. Ooh, green, yes! That's awesome! Man, I was gonna dye mine green one day, but I never got around to it. I still have blue. Still blue. Also, it's very faded, so you can't even see it. But it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen again soon. Like, what shade of green? Is it, like, super bright, or is it kind of like an emerald green? Or just, I don't know. Any kind of green is awesome. That's so fun. Ooh, mint green, yes! I love mint green. I hope it stays forever, because that's awesome. I've always wanted to make a mint green fursuit. I have a lot of mint green fur that I was preparing to make into a fursuit that I just never did yet. Well, that's awesome. I hope you enjoy that, because I'm sure it looks awesome. Whew, it's so hot in here. See, the problem is the vent doesn't work in this room. So I've got my little baby fan. Hopefully it's not too loud. I'll put it over here. If that's too loud, you guys gotta let me know. I'll turn it off if it's annoying. Oh! Oh, that's why they chose the... Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Am I subbed to you? I'm not sure if I am. Let me check. Oh, I don't think I am. Interesting. Okay. After the stream, I'm gonna have to sub to you. I don't think I'm subbed for some reason. So I don't know that you're live. But that's pretty sick. That's awesome. Unless you stream on YouTube, but probably not. Yeah, so I'm gonna get started on this. Alright, so the eyes have to go. Got our masking tapes here. And most of the masking tape we're going to use is the 1-inch, because the 2-inch, you can't get as good detail on it, but basically we're just trying to save as much detail as we can using this tape. So if I was to use this big 2-inch tape across like a really like very delicate part, like especially the mouth here, it would just lose a lot of detail. So it's okay to put across these big rounded areas, but yeah, down the smaller areas here, that's when we start using the thinner tapes. Dude! That's awesome! See, I had no idea that you even streamed. That's awesome! I just, that's like such a really cool, hobby that I've seen people do, and I have no idea how they do it, so honestly, I'm very excited to watch one of your streams. I think the makers and crafting is a really small niche area of Twitch, and it's really cool. I think we all gotta stick together. That's really cool, though. I love that. That's not something I would have, like, thought of, It's such a random thing. It's like, what do you stream? Well, you see, it's because most people, when you hear they stream, it's like, oh, I'm sure it's games. 90% of people stream games, so, yeah. Yeah, we do. We gotta. We're such a small little group, I honestly haven't spent too much time looking at other makers and crafting groups before. I'm not sure why that is. I guess I just never thought of it. I just don't spend too much time on the internet in general. I usually just listen to music and do my thing, but I think I should watch more Twitch streams, especially of makers and crafting, because there's so much to be learned, and so much, just so much little groups of fun things you've never would have thought of, like putting together, like, mechanical keyboards, like, oh, well, thank you. I'm excited to see your streams now. Do you have a stream schedule, or are you kind of like me, where you just do it when you're ready? Because I'm sure I would enjoy your streams too. All right, I hate this part where you gotta kind of round it up through the mouth. Because I kind of want to put it like too tightly, and it kind of like squishes this mouth area. You gotta kind of put it nice and loose, but not too loose. It's so particular. Wednesday and Saturday. Philippine time, okay. I will have to Google that, but, I I understand Wednesday and Saturday. I can understand that. I think I can see either of those, actually. I'm pretty sure I'm not busy Wednesdays or Saturdays for the most part. Yeah! That's so cool! If I had more people, honestly, I usually only have like 1 or 2 people on my stream. It's a slow stream, but if I did have more people, I'd totally tell them, go follow you. Yeah. It doesn't help that I was gone for like a month. Usually I'll have at least a few people watching, but sorry. I still have to think. Okay, I'm in Michigan, so I'm kind of like, I'm Eastern Standard Time. So it's like 4 a.m. Oh boy. Okay, I can try. The boy is so close to life. I know, he's so close. This is the fast part. This is the fun part. Like, doing the foam, I think foaming the head is my least favorite part of the entire process of making an entire fursuit. But this part is fun, and I'm fast at it. So I am so excited. My boy! He's on his way. Plus 3 hours. Yeah, okay. So that's not so bad. I think I can probably make one of your streams, and given as my sleep schedule varies wildly, I'm sure one of these days I'll be up super early or super late, so, yeah. Yeah, so, I've got the whole, head here, and it's all made out of foam, but now it's time to actually put, like, the faux fur on there. So to do that, to do anything, any kind of sewing whatsoever, you can't do it without a pattern. Like, I'm not, like, when I first started making fursuits and sewing in general, I was like, how do you do this? How do you just take fabric and just slap it on there and it works? It's because you don't do that. You actually, you have to make a pattern. So I'm just using this tape to make a pattern. So I'm putting it all on there. I'm going to draw on all the important stuff, like colors, markings, where I need to cut fabric. This one is a commission. I do personal stuff sometimes, but to be honest, I don't really have the time to do it most of the time. I do have some stuff in the works for myself, but I just don't have time to touch it. Oh, hi! So, yeah, once I get the pattern all done, and I have all the different pieces, I cut them off, I have, like, maybe 30 different pieces, and I sew them all together, and I do have one big head pelt. So I gotta kind of shimmy the whole head pelt on there, kind of like a pillowcase, with extra steps. Like, you gotta make sure the mouth goes on there. And then, I'm able to, like, kind of lift up the area under the eye and put some glue under here to hold the pelt in place. And in an open spot under the mouth, I can pull the pelt down and kind of put some glue in there. For the most part, the pelt stays on there on its own because it's so form-fitting. But I do throw some glue on there in a few spots where I can. Like, right here where the ear is, I'm able to put a little bit of glue under here because it's not, there's a hole here. I'm able to get under the pelt. But yeah, that's a really good question. Really weird, right? Right? I know. I've been working on Spartan and Indigo for, like, my whole life. Oh, boy. Before this one, I was working on... Ooh, they changed the name. Shiloh... Kane. They changed their name to Kane. Which was a saber-tooth dragon. Which was really cool. I loved doing that one. That one took me a long time, also. I'm not sure what it is. Like, the rest of the costume, I'm normal speed at. I'd say I'm a very average speed, but when it comes to heads, oh boy, expect me to take a while. But yeah, I'm very, very excited. Spartan turned out great, and his owner loves him. I hope that Indigo turns out just as well, which I think he is. I think he turned out great because See, I know that he's turning out good because I want him for myself. I'm very jealous of him. He's so cute. And honestly, part of that is just the design. Like, Spartan's design is... Spartan too, but Indigo's design is really good. Let me pull it up. Alright, camera. We're going on a ride. Whee! Alright. I know this isn't ideal. I know it's kind of angled. But this is the design we're working with. And it's so pretty, isn't it? Unless he doesn't want me to call it pretty. It is also very cool. But I'm a girl. I like to call things pretty. Yee! Yes! Thank you! I know, right? I love it too. I really do. It's such a nice design. I can't say no to showing the tail. The tail is amazing. Ugh. See, it's taken me so long to do the head that the other pieces of the costume have been done for a really long time. Woo! Hang on, guys. I knocked over my trash bin, and I have to pick up some of this stuff before it gets all over the place. Ah. That's what I get. Okay. Let's see here. Also, I knocked over my chicken painting. Poor chicken. I'll hang this back up in a second. It's actually more work than it's worth to hang up right now. Boy, so we've got lots of parts here. Let's go to single cam for a second. Oh, my butt. I love it when I switch cams and it's just like a quick zoom in of my butt. Like, just what everybody wants to see. Okay, these wings though. Holy cow. These took me 18,000 years, and you know what? I'm fine with that. I binged like 4 whole series of Spider-Man TV shows while watching this. And they kind of flap too. Like, gee, I gotta move the camera back so you guys can actually see what I'm talking about. There we go. They kind of flap, like, very big. Well, big to me. They're medium-sized wings. I think they're super pretty. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, I've got the whole bodysuit. Yeah, the head. That head. Everything else is fine. Everything else is done. I mean, I've even got the zippers down here in the knees. That's right about here, so you can zip on the feet. Here are the feety feet. See the zippers on the top? That is way more important than you'd ever realize. And the tail. Yeah, I've shown this one off a lot because this was the first piece I finished of Indigo. But boy, the design is just so beautiful. It really is a shame to get rid of this. I've had it for a few months and I'm gonna miss it. It's so cute. Like, even the stripes on the belly part of it is, oh, so nice. I've always wondered what would happen if, well, let me start over. The commissions I've gotten so far, they were all for costumes that I personally thought were really, really awesome. Really nice design, really cool. I really was into it. But I always wondered what would happen if I got a commission for, or if somebody asked me for a commission for something that I just hated the design of. I always wondered what I would do for that, because I don't want to say, yeah, I don't want to do your commission because I hate your design. But, see, it's just it's a rough thing to bring up. It's, because I want to be nice to everybody, and if somebody really likes my style and they really like, you know, they love their character and they want their character in my style, I mean, that's great. But if the design is just awful, and it's hard to explain how that would be, but it's mostly a color palette thing. Like, yeah, there are some colors that are just not good together. Like, if you get the most brightly saturated, like, red and lime green and, ooh, what's another color that doesn't go well? Like olive green. Yeah, yeah! Ew! If you got those three colors together with, like, a baby blue or something, oh, God. It's like, I don't want to turn down somebody just because I don't like their character, but at the same time, I am trying to do, like, a business, so it's like, I don't want to... It's tough. I feel like I'm too nice for my own good, sometimes, but I don't want to make a character that, like, a costume that looks really not that good, just because of the design is not the best, because trying to run a business, I only want to make, like, the nicest things that I can possibly make, so... Or, on the other hand, if somebody wants me to make something like a, I mean, I don't mind doing wolves, but let's just say years from now, I've done, like, 4,000 wolves. Like, what if I get bored of doing wolves and I don't want to do any more wolves? Like, I'd feel bad turning down somebody just because their character is a wolf. But, thankfully, I haven't had this trouble yet. All the people who have contacted me for either, really, truly taking a commission or, thinking about doing a commission, they've all had really great designs and really nice people. So... hopefully I just don't... I'm sure in the future, one day, I'll be talking to somebody who is just the worst person, because that's just what happens when you communicate with people. You're gonna meet bad people, but I just hope that's no day soon. I don't like people who are not nice. I know I'm just a weenie, you know, I don't like bullies. I don't like dealing with bullies. And there's too many of those people in this world. But I think if I do ever run into somebody who wants me to do a commission of their character and I'm really not into the color palette, I would probably just tell them in the nicest way possible that their design is just not something I'm really interested in doing, and I'm really sorry about it. But it would have to be really bad for me to say no to it. Like I said before, if you got, like, bright neon red and lime green and, like, aqua blue and olive green, like, you'd have to have just god-awful colors. One time I saw, I don't know if this was on Twitter or something, but, yeah, it might have been on Twitter. I heard a story of... I don't know why the internet keeps going out. I'm so sorry. The internet is just not my friend today. I have no idea why it's going out. I'm so sorry. That's very frustrating. And the worst part is, every time it goes out, I have to, like, afterward to post this to YouTube as, like, a, the internet is no one's friend. Right? Thank you. Okay, thanks for telling me that I'm back on. Like, sometimes I get worried that I'm not back on. Thanks. Every time it goes out, it adds another step for me, because I always post these to YouTube afterward as, like, a, I guess if anybody wants to see it in the future, or at the very least just for, just to save it. But every time it goes out, it's another video file. So at this point in the stream, I already have, like, I think 4 different video files I have to stitch together before I can put it on YouTube. So that's fun. Internet, please. I mean, technically wise, we have awesome internet. Like, we have fiber, like, 1 gig internet or something. So I have no idea what the problem is. Like, spec wise, it's good. But, yeah, it's not really showing how good it is lately, is it? If it keeps going out like that. Wow. I'm almost out of 1-inch masking tape. That's a problem. Gonna have to get more. I think I have enough to get through this head, though. And even if I didn't, I've got the 2-inch that I can chop up, so... Okay, yeah, I got cut off, so I'm not sure if if my story actually came through, but another reason I would decline somebody, for doing their fursuit is, if it was inappropriate design, and I'm not sure how much of the story came through before I got cut off, but I said, I think it was Twitter, and I think it was Anthrocon, where I saw this story, but somebody got banned from Anthrocon because their fursuit was the design of a Confederate flag, and I was like, oh my god. So, yeah. Who would even make that? Who would design that, and who would make that? And I'm just a little shocked. I'm just a little shocked. It's fine, but I would not do anything. I would never take a commission for something that was even slightly offensive. So, I hope that's the right word. I think Confederate is the right word. I'm not a history person. I don't know anything about history. I wish Dadgers was on the stream right now. Sometimes he shows up. He is a history buff. He would be able to help me out. But right now it's just me. Ooh. The only reason I got by government class was because the teacher was really chill, and yeah, I'll just leave it at that. He was a really nice, chill guy, and I aced that class, and I still don't know jack about history or government, so... What are you gonna do, though? I'm just glad I didn't major in that in college, because I don't think I could have lived. Okay, so... with the eye here... Let's see. Okay, it's kind of hard to see on the camera, but I have a lot of strips kind of just coming up like this, each one. Many strips, because since this is a round shape, we need to capture as much of that detail as we can without losing a lot. So I can't just put a piece of tape like this and try to fold it up. It'll like get all wrinkly, it won't do the job. So instead I put a lot of little tapes going like this all the way around. Oh, my hand is kind of covering it. Lots of little tapes like this all the way around. And that's how I do the eye here. So cool. We're actually really making some good progress. And let's see. So now your internet's bullying you. What even? Hi, how you doing? What is with the internet today? Am I right? Like, I wish the internet was like a physical thing that we could just kind of slap. I mean, I guess you could slap your router or your modem, but it doesn't feel the same. How are you doing? Other than, you know, the internet being rude. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so for a design like this, it's thankfully mirrored on both sides, which means both sides are exactly the same, and that makes our job like 5 times easier, because we don't have to put masking tape on the entire head, we just have to put it on half of the head, because we can easily just flip the pattern around after. So I have done patterns before where it's almost identical, except there's a few spots like on the cheeks or something, so that's also a little bit harder, but at least I don't have to mirror the entirety of the head, just that one spot. So if I did, let's say the entirety of the head was exactly the same on both sides, except there was some spots on the cheeks that were different locations or sizes. I would put masking tape on both cheeks, like obviously this whole right side I'm doing, but I would still put masking tape here, and I would actually put masking tape through here to connect it, because if I just have a little thing of masking tape here, trying to connect that to the pattern over here is going to be kind of hard. So I would probably put tape here and a little bit, like a little trail up to the nose to just help me position it properly. I hope that makes sense. Like, because if I just had like some tape over here, it'd be really hard to get it in the same exact location. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. Have I worked with pre-made bases before, like 3D printed? Ooh, you're making a kimono. Yes, nice. Oh, those are so cute. I've been meaning to try making one of those forever. You know, I have a 3D printer, and I have dabbled with it, but I've never actually made a full head with it before. But, no, I haven't worked with pre-made bases. I haven't worked with, like, resin or 3D printed. I've always just made my own foam bases. But, that's so sick, yeah. Oh, there's a free chibi base you found, which is cute. That's a good idea. I could try that. I don't really have to. I happen to know how to do 3D modeling, so I can, thankfully I can make my own designs. But if I wanted to try some other people's designs, that's great. That's great. I could totally do that. Yeah, the STL. Yeah. Yo, I've been meaning to do this forever, is just have a stream where I 3D model some stuff, and then we can 3D print it. And then later on I'll show the time lapse of the 3D print. Yeah. But yeah, I would love to try some other people's designs because other people can come up with really adorable designs, like bases and stuff that I never would have thought of. Just very, very creative. So, honestly, I didn't know that you could get some. That's a great idea. It makes sense. Furries are really nice. A lot of them will share their designs and stuff online for people to make their own on, so. But yeah, kimono! Oh man! I've been meaning to do a kimono style head forever. May I ask what point you're at? Like, have you just got it in, or have you started making progress yet? Because I believe if you have I think you said, yeah, okay. So if it's a 3D printed head base, the first thing you're going to want to do is get some foam like this, just some upholstery foam, and just add some padding to make it fit your head better. So, I would put like a really thin, I guess it depends on the print. Some purposely leave space for you to put foam and some do not. So you might want a thin layer of foam all the way around your head, or you might just want to put some foam right here on the forehead. Yeah, I guess it depends on the print. But that's the first thing you would do if you had a 3D printed / resin base. Yeah! Buy fur, print horns, and add a balaclava. Yes! Oh, that's so awesome! Yeah, the fur is expensive, so I feel you there. Either it's expensive or you don't know what colors you want. It's always something with the fur. I have trouble finding the exact colors I want all the time. That's why I have such a huge collection of swatches, because without the swatches, I would just die. Oh. But that's really nice. Like, you're so far along. I'm so happy for you. Did you name your character yet? Alright, so it's kind of hard to see, like everything is, but, I had to use a lot of small ripped up pieces to try to keep the detail within this little area here, because it's hard to see, but it is a little curve here. So lots of small ripped up pieces, just kind of put them together here, and I made this nice line right down the center here. So that's awesome. And you might see that I did go over the center on the nose, but that's okay because I'll draw a line there. In fact, I could just do it now. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, that's so cool. That's cute. I like that. People come up with such creative names, I swear. I wish I had the ability to come up with more creative names. It's honestly, it's a talent. I've noticed, though, that a lot of furries' names are, like, nature-themed, which is really cool. Like, Willow. That one just came off the top of my head. I've seen lots of, like, Daisy, nature names, like, Wind or Storm. But those aren't bad names at all. They're very cool. I think it's I really like furries, okay? I just like fursuits. I like characters. Alright, so right now what I'm doing is I'm trying my absolute hardest to try to find the center line here, and I'm just marking it with my pen because, again, I don't need this other side of hang off here. I just need this half. Oh, used to be an edgy dragon wolf. Yeah! Okay, I love edgy characters. I don't have enough of them, for sure. That's so cool. But you changed it into a... You changed it into a kimono design? I guess... You changed it into what? I guess I'm starting to get confused. I'm so sorry. Please elaborate, because that's very interesting. I mean, I'm one of the world's only fans of the game Shadow the Hedgehog for PlayStation 2 and GameCube. I think edgy things are really fun. Yeah. Which, by the way, I had tried to speedrun that before, and I wasn't very good, but I had a lot of fun with it, so... Oh, okay, now he's just a cute, fluffy dragon wolf. That's cute. Honestly, though, any kind of dragon wolf, edgy or not, is so cool. I love that. Maybe when you... Well, I guess you don't have to be done, but maybe at some point you could send some pictures on Twitter or Discord or whatever you want so I can see, because I really want to see. Or even just like your character reference sheet. I just love seeing characters. You don't have to, but still edgy backstory. You know, I just finally designed the most edgy character of my life, and yeah, I think edgy is really fun. Oh, it's really good. I like having characters that have a backstory. I think a lot of people don't make backstories, and I think that's fine, but I love backstories. It gives your characters some, like, life, you know? Of course, it's a little confusing, because you have to choose exactly what kind of universe your character is from, and that does make it a little bit more difficult. Especially if it's like a custom universe, then you have to figure out all the rules of the universe. But that's where I start getting overwhelmed. I start trying to make characters, and then I go to the backstory, and then I'm like, well, it's from this custom universe, and then I get confused. Oh, you managed to incorporate Rissy into the edgy backstory. Yes! Yeah! Dude, that's nice. I love that. Oh, man. See, that's a cool idea. Like, if you can get your characters together, that's even better. Man, I love Rissy. What was the... Oh, didn't you have... There was another one. There was another one that was, Is that the same character? It was that brown and black wolf. Is that the same character we're talking about now? Yes! So you could go first sitting together and it makes sense. That's adorable. Man, I love that. Fursuiting is so fun. I wish everybody had the opportunity to try fursuiting at least once. I think it's funny how some people legitimately get uncomfortable by seeing the fursuits. I mean, it makes sense. It is kind of abnormal to see, but it's just, I don't know, it makes me laugh. Because it's just a costume, you know, and I'm used to seeing them every day. But to somebody who doesn't see it every day, they're just like, what the heck is that? And why is it walking towards me? I always thought it was funny. Alright, so I am using some, Yes! I shall acquire a ref! Yes, do it, please! I would love to see that. So during this mouth area down here, I have been using the 1/2" tape, and I've actually even been ripping it into smaller pieces if I need to, because keeping that detail is that's like the one trick, man. It's basically every single step you do when you're making a fursuit, you cannot rush. And it's a little stressful for someone like me who is very, very slow. I've been slow with art my entire life. Like, even when I was in, unpopular opinion, taping is one of the hardest parts somehow. Right! I'm serious, though. It legitimately is. You wouldn't think it. But seriously. It's so particular. It's like, if you don't get this right. But when I was in college, and, I went to college for animation. Most of you guys know this, because I say it a lot. But, yeah. I happen to be one of the slowest people to ever exist. I was slow to make character models. I was slow to animate. I was slow to rig. I was even slow just regular drawing. Any kind of art. Doesn't matter. Slow. So slow. But, and honestly, that kicked me in the butt a lot of times because a lot of, in animation school, you know, they gotta keep up with you. Like, they check on you to make sure you're actually making progress on your stuff. But, boy, it's embarrassing when everybody else has made progress and you're still kind of hovering in one area. And it wasn't for lack of trying, I'll tell you that. It was mostly just because I could tell that it wasn't ready to move on to the next step yet. Like, I could see that there was problems, but I didn't exactly have the skill yet to know how to fix those problems. It's like when you're drawing a, hang on. I can't just tell a story without drawing it out, apparently. It seems so easy, but no. Right? Like, it's just taping. It's just putting tape down. You'd think it'd be, like, the easiest thing in the world. Alright. I haven't drawn in, like, since the last time I streamed, so don't expect any marvelous thing here. Alright. Ooh, boy. You can tell when your hand is out of practice. Yikes! This is fine. Everything is fine. I hate that I'm drawing so awfully on stream. It's fine. I just gotta draw something really quick, as an example here. Yikes. God. Okay. Don't take this as my current skill. It's not. Okay. So, yeah, looking at this drawing, trying to line it up in the camera, jeez. So, let's pretend this is something I made during animation school. Yeah, Fluffy! I know he is Fluff. I could tell that there was something wrong with it, but I couldn't tell what. So I would just keep working on it. Continuously. I couldn't fix the problem because I didn't have the skill to fix the problem. I didn't know what was wrong with it. So I would just keep tweaking it. Like now, I can look in this and can say, okay, well, the eyes are a bit off center, the muzzle's too big, the neck is kind of the wrong shape here. Like now that I have the skill, I have the practice, I know what's wrong with it, and I can keep going. So, very, very long story short, the more practice you get and the better you get at something, the faster you'll be. And it's not because you just start getting faster and faster. It's literally because you're able to understand what your mistakes are and correct those faster. I hope that makes sense. It's kind of confusing. I don't even know if that makes sense at all. But the more I'm still super slow at making fursuit heads, but the reason I am getting faster. The reason I'm getting faster is because I'm able to see my mistakes and know how to fix them. So yeah. Fluffy. For some reason all my drawings end up really fluffy. Like, that's good. I didn't used to know how to draw fur. Now I can draw fur pretty well. Well, what I'm trying. You're a pretty good artist yourself, you know. Norman Minecraft. I'm not sure if you want me to shorten your name or call you the whole thing. But, yeah, your art is really awesome. I really love your art. Alright, so I'm going really carefully along this mouth. Again, just like before, this one area, the mouth is probably the most particular area of the whole thing. Even more than the eye, it's more difficult because you have to get it come on. You have to get it around onto the inside. And the lip is, see how it's like square? Like it's got a hard edge? You don't want to accidentally lose that edge by like pulling it down too much. So you just gotta put just the right amount of pressure on there. Just basically no pressure at all. It's so particular. But yeah, like, just for example, when I was working on making symmetry on this head, it took me like 2 days to make it a perfect flipped character, when it took me weeks to do it on my first few fursuit heads. You will get better at whatever art you're trying to do. Why are the links so long for images? Yeah, seriously. You know, I've always wondered that. You just want to send your friend an image or something, and it's like this long, and you're definitely makes things complicated more than it needs to be. Alright, another problem here that you might get when you're taping up your head like this. Sometimes, and this is just the worst thing ever, sometimes your tape isn't sticky enough, and it'll start, like, peeling back off. It won't stay. And that's a problem. Well, here we go. Oh, boy. Yeah, that is a link. Give me just a second. I'll finish taping this one on, and then I'll check it out. So if your tape isn't sticking, you might have to do a lot of layers, and or get better masking tape. Especially those, especially the masking tape that's like, well, mine doesn't say it, but I've seen some that are like, never will stick, like, permanently will never stick, ever. I mean, that's great if you're trying to paint a room. That's what these are for. Masking tape is like so you can paint a room, and then you peel it off your wall with no damage. But the problem with that is the tape isn't strong enough, so, yeah. If you're buying masking tape, I'd avoid the ones that say that they're, super, super easy to take off the wall, because those aren't going to be strong enough. Oh my goodness! Wow! Oh, I love that design. That's adorable. That's so cool. Okay, I love that. Boy. Maybe Oh, shoot. Hang on. I lost my stream page. Do you mind if I show that on the stream? Like, if I just bring my camera up and show it? It's up to you, totally. But if you're okay with that, I would love to show everybody that, because it is so cool. If not, totally fine. It's totally up to you. But I really love that design. You're such a good artist, my gosh. You know who else is really good at making character designs is Micah. In the Discord server. She has designed so many characters for me, because, you know, I try to be good at lots of kinds of art, but there are just so many kinds of arts out there. Color design, character design with color, like, character design is not my strongest suit. And it took me actual weeks to settle on a design for Fig. Oh! Oh, wow, that was a surprise. Well, thank you. Wheelie Husky, that's a cute name, too. I like that. Awesome, thank you. I'm just gonna show everybody really quick. Let me pull it up. Wow, yeah, that's a cool design. Alright, I will try to show it to the best of my ability with this camera. And there's not enough space. Okay. Okay, we got this, guys. Look at this design. Wow. Is that the coolest design you've ever seen, or what? Like, I hope that's visible on stream. It was. Good. Yeah, that's really sick. I love that. Am I a millennial? Does anybody say sick anymore? Because I do. Awesome. Well, that is super cool. Now that is a design I would love to see it in a fursuit. And yeah, thank you again, Wheelie Husky. That was really nice. That was cool. Okay, so something I've noticed, you can see it right here, actually. Right here. My 1-inch masking tape. This tape, I don't know what it is. It constantly peels up like this. Constantly. And that's exactly what I was just warning you guys about, is, that's not good. That will literally wreck your pattern. It's happened to me before. I've had to restart patterns before because of it. It's a huge deal. If you notice that it's peeling up, there's two things you can do. I mean, you can either just make multiple layers and just hope and pray that it stays, or you can put another layer on top of a different masking tape. Like my 1/2-inch thick one, my thin one here, it's, for whatever reason, it has more tape. It has more glue on it. So if I put it on top, it'll actually hold it in place. He should be done sometime within the next little while. Nice! Oh my gosh. You are going to post it on the server, right? Because I really, really would love to see. And, you know, if you have any, like, questions or anything, or if you want me to, like, look at it and help you critique, or if you want me to see, anything on it, you know, you just send me a picture or whatever. I can help you if you need help with anything. But you probably have it. But if you need help, you know, that's what I'm here for. Ooh, Valentine theme paws. Oh my gosh, yes. Dude, that's amazing. I would love that. Oh my gosh. Ask Rissy too, since you don't have Discord. Yeah. I'm sorry. You don't have to use Discord. I mean, I don't know if you use Twitter. I don't know if you're allowed to use Twitter, or if you want to. I'm on Twitter also. You know, normally I'm on Fur Affinity. No, not Fur Affinity. I mean, I have a Fur Affinity, but I don't use it. Normally I'm on Furry Amino, but for whatever reason, my phone updated, and now Furry Amino isn't working. Yeah, I'm gonna try some stuff to get Furry Amino working, but if you're on that, normally I'm on Furry Amino. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so this is the easier part where we're getting to the cheek section. That's fun because that means we get to use less detail and we can just get the big honkin' 2-inch one out there and just kind of slap it on the top. And this stuff sticks. So thankfully it'll help tape down these 1-inch tapes that keep trying to peel up. That's never good. Okay. So I have been just ripping these pieces, but if you want, you can also cut them, and if you want to cut tape, these scissors, these are my favorite. These are Westcott non-stick scissors, and they aren't kidding when they say non-stick. I've cut through the stickiest, nastiest duct tapes. I've cut through packaging tape, masking tape, all kinds of tape I've cut through with these, and they are never, ever, ever sticky. Oh no! Wow! Yeah, our time zone is totally separate. But thank you so much for tuning in and just kind of hanging out. I really appreciate it. It gave me some people to talk to, and it was really great. So thank you. And I will totally see one of your streams soon. Once I'm done here, I'll make sure I follow your channel so I can not miss your next stream. So thank you so much, and I will see you soon. Get good sleep. I hope everybody gets good sleep. Sleep is something that people don't get enough of these days, and it's really sad. To be honest, that's the one good thing I have going on right now. I get lots of sleep. Probably too much sleep. But the good thing is that gives me the energy I need to get through the day. Like, I don't know, when I'm doing art, if I'm tired, either it gives me a huge boost of creativity, or it just makes me dead to the world. And it's really weird. Like, a lot of artists will say the same thing. Like, when you're tired, some reason, it gives you serious creativity. And I've never understood why. Like, maybe it's because your logical brain shuts itself off, and your creative brain is just going to town, having a good time, but I don't really know for certain, but artists can get really creative when they're tired. It's weird. But at the same time, if you're too tired, you're dead. You are dead to the world. You can't come up with anything. So it's just funny how that works, isn't it? A lot of my animation friends now, they just for one reason or another, I'm not really sure. They didn't really stay in animation. I don't think a single one of my friends stayed in animation. Most of them went to, I mean, some of them work for animation studios. Like, they make backgrounds for shows, and they're character designers or concept artists. What's the word? Storyboard artists, all kinds of stuff. But none of them actually stayed as actual animators. But animation just isn't about the actual process of animating that. There's so many sections to animation, so they still stayed in the area of animation. Just I only ever draw nice things at night, I swear. What is up with that, right? Like, I'm so glad I have somebody here who can just, like, totally back me up on this. It's bizarre. It's actually bizarre. It's weird. I really can't explain it. That's my best guess, though, is that your logical brain shuts off so that your creative brain can just run free, but that's my best guess. I have no true idea, though. We need a professional in here to tell us why we're more creative at night. Maybe it's just because we don't want to go to bed. So we do the thing we love most, which is create. Sometimes you just don't want to go to bed, you know? You're just like, I don't feel like it. Alright, so just still need some tape here and here. I can't wait to the part, I mean, we're actually almost there. The part where I actually start marking on this head, because that's the part that, if you're working on a fursuit or something, that's a really good part to know how to do. Like, I can give a lot of tips on that, so I'm excited to get to that part. But for now, honestly, I already gave all the tips on taping that I can. Like, at day I draw a funny steak with arms, and at night I draw a whole scene. That's amazing. You know, I've been working on not a new persona, but like another character for myself, which is a snake. I think snakes are really cool, but I don't like them in real life unless they're behind a wall, a glass wall, and I never want to touch it, but they're pretty cool. Yeah, work on your tape pattern. Do it. Oh man, imagine if you made a tape pattern using duct tape. Trying to get that off and keep the pattern would just be the most awful thing ever. I feel like, because you know how duct tape, like, you pull it off and then it rolls around and it sticks to itself? There's no way you can make a pattern with duct tape. I mean, maybe if you're super dedicated, maybe, but just imagining that makes me cringe, because it's just a lot of work for suffering. Oh, you've been drawing a lot of monsters. That's so cool. Like, a lot of people can't do that. Seriously, like, even in the furry fandom, it's like, I can draw a wolf or a cat. Which one do you want? But monsters are cool because they're all so unique. I love your art. You have such creative stuff. I love to see what you're working on. Are you, going to make one of those into a fursuit one day, maybe? Or are you just drawing them? Yeah, I'm gonna turn this so you guys can see what I'm actually doing here. So I'm trying to get the, so people doing tape on this, some people stop right here at the lip, right where the end of the fur stops, because usually on the inside of the mouth, it's, like black minky or black fleece. It's not fur. But you know what? I don't agree with that. I think you need to have the pattern through the whole mouth, because just because it's not fur doesn't mean it doesn't need a pattern. It needs a pattern. So, I need to turn this a little bit. There we go. It needs a pattern. So, I do the tape all the way through the inside of the mouth, everywhere that you need to put fabric. And even black fabric, the black fabric that's in here needs a pattern. So, I'm covering the whole foam. Come here, you. Come on, camera. Even back here inside the cheek, this whole area, all tape. Ooh, yes! A cosplay of a monster lady eventually. Yo, I would so love that. I'm so into that. That's so cool. That's so creative, too. Like, I can't wait to see. I just like seeing people's art and costume art and everything. Alright. So, this is me being smart. I'm trying to get this tape in here, but it's a big piece of tape. I don't know if this is a good idea. It might be too big. I might have to just get some smaller tape. Alright, come on now. I can do this. I challenged myself when I decided I was gonna do this. Now I need to prove to myself that I can do it. Oh, it's going. It's going. Yeah. Alright. I got it. Now I'll show you guys the fruits of my labor. Alright. Back in here. Way back there. That's where I got that 2-inch tape. I'm pretty proud of that. But in the future, I would not do that again. Because it was kind of like a big wide space like this. I thought I could put 2-inch tape, but I didn't think about it. It didn't come to my attention that it would get stuck because it's a big thick piece of tape. Also, don't be like me. This tape, it doesn't stretch. It's not like the foam, and it's not like fabric. So if you move the muzzle all the way up, it's gonna wreck the tape up here. So, yeah. Genius! Alright. The more you know, right? I actually did know that. I'm pretty sure if I wasn't streaming, I wouldn't have done that. But my focus goes down a little bit when I'm streaming, so... Oh, shoot! Yikes, that is really difficult. If only you could get, like, some kind of, like, robot thing. That's really cool, though. See... Okay, I was gonna say, perhaps you could make some kind of, like, armature, but then I realized, like, I was talking about an armature for the arms, and then it made me laugh. Armature as in, like, some kind of inside, like, bone structure. Like, if you could just make some kind of, like, a tube here, some kind of bendy thing, and then a tube, so that at least when you're walking, it'll, like, bend on its own, so it doesn't look completely stiff. But, yeah, without any kind of robotics, that's the only thing I can think of to make it move, at least a little, unless you didn't want it to move. But that's such a cool, unique design. Like, whew, that'll be difficult, but I'd love to see how it turns out. You should seriously make a Valentine OC. I mean, I don't think I've seen a lot of Valentine OCs before. I wonder what's up with that. Maybe I just haven't been on Twitter or something during Valentine's Day, but personally, I just haven't seen a lot of Valentine-themed characters, I don't think. Yeah! Pictures, I'm fine with that. Alright, I'm sorry guys, I know this isn't the most fun part to watch when I'm taping inside the mouth, because you can't really see. But, I feel like half of the audience, anybody who would care to watch, is just here to hang out anyways. Oh, her name's gonna be Cupid! That's adorable! Yes! I literally couldn't think of a better name if I tried. Like, that is so perfect. Alright, so I kind of am just gonna have to redo some of the tape on the top of the muzzle here, because to get the tape on the inside of the mouth, I'm just really accidentally destroying the top of the muzzle tape. And I guess I should have done the inside of the mouth first. But that's never a problem I had before. So I guess you learn something new every day, huh? I just looked at my, myself on stream. I'm making my worried face. Like, That's really unnecessary. I'm gonna tell myself that right now. It's unnecessary. You don't need to be worried. Nothing to worry about. Maybe my worried face is also my focused face. I'm focusing. Alright. I almost got... Shoot. I almost got the bottom of the jaw tape. You know, I thought I was almost done, but, I underestimated just how long it really does take to make the tape on the inside of the mouth here. Sheesh. Right? Not sure what is up with that. You'd think they would update it to make it take less time to load, but... Okay. It's on its way. It's a-coming. Oh boy, wait until I show you how to do the neck. That part. I don't like doing the neck. The neck is not fun. But we've got to do it. It's part of the thing. Yo, it's Micah! Hi, how you doing? I was just bragging about you earlier, actually. I was saying how any kind of character design, if I need a character design, I'm like, I go to my friend Micah. Seriously, I need you. You're like the only one that can help me. How are you doing? Hopefully, I hope you're doing okay. We are just trying to tape this, but it is a true struggle. Because the inside of the mouth is just really... It just takes time, you know? It takes time. You just gotta be patient, and... I'm not feeling patient right now. I don't know why. Ugh. You know, we've got the double cam, except both of the cameras are still the head, because I keep blocking it. Alright. This part is kind of difficult, right around the mouth here. And again, I cannot wait to show off how I usually mark this mouthpiece, because this part is really particular. If you want to get that perfect mouth smile shape, you gotta have the seam in the perfect spot, just the right spot. Oh, that sucks. You know what? 75 is a passing grade, and you're good. That's fine. I would take it. Oh, I love you too, Micah. I need you. You're the only one that can help me when I need design and friendship. Whoa. Wow. That's really intense. Yeah, that's definitely darker than the other character, at least for now. Because I don't know the backstory of your other character, but just the design of this one is definitely darker. Which I'm fine with, but ain't gonna show that one on stream, I'm sorry. But it still looks awesome, man. Do I need to do design grade? Actually, yes. However, I need to keep it kind of a secret at the moment. Because I want to kind of debut the design. So maybe I can chat with you after the stream, if you're okay with it. I will pay you, of course. Oh, she's from a song series. Cool. I always like to see what, characters are based off of. And whenever characters are based off of music, that's really cool. Like, I have never had a character based off of music. Maybe one day I will. Oh my god. You're so sweet. Well, thank you so much. I know, I truly rely on you. Oh, I can't do it without you. I have a lot of characters that you've made for me, and I still want to make that Halloween character. Boy, I'm excited for that. If I have enough time, I will, but obviously Indigo is my first priority right now, because it'd be great if Indigo could wear himself to Halloween parties and such. He is just so close to being done, too. I am so excited. Should Cupid be a dragon? Ooh! Okay, that would be pretty sick. Something with wings, you know? Like, any kind of... Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty sick. Not that you have to, but it would be cool. Alright, so we got the inside bottom of the mouth, this curve here, and that's a really hard spot. So we gotta get the upper area of the mouth. Which is unfortunate. I really hate this part. Taping really is just awful. It's like equal parts annoying and slow. No matter how hard you try. Ooh! A base is specialized for partials. Now that is good. Actually, something I've been meaning to do is make a partial, because it's kind of hard to go bowling and you're in my full fursuit sometimes, because sometimes I, like, had work that day, or I'm just really tired for whatever reason and I don't want a full suit, but I still want to wear a fursuit. So, I've been meaning to make myself a partial. I think the character that I was thinking about right now is going to be a full body, but I do also want to make a partial, so I guess I'm just gonna really be needing your services, Micah. It looked like Scream. Right? He is in the camera. He wants to eat you. Yeah. I know, right? I'm so sorry. This is kind of the most boring part right now. Me just trying to get the tape on the inside of the mouth. Because you can't even really see what's going on. It's just me suffering. Me fixing all your bottom jaws on old bases. Yeah, I feel that. I've had to do that before with old drawings that I've made that I still like, but there's like one or two things that I've improved upon and realized they don't look so hot, and then I have to fix it. Yeah. You know, it's been a long time since I just got the chance to sit down and draw. I love drawing. I do. Not as much as making fursuits, but it's fun once in a while. Yeah. Okay, this is like such a confusing part too. Well, you came in at a great point, because you didn't have to watch the entirety of it, because you know it takes so long to pattern it, but we're kind of almost done with the tape part. This is a good point for you to come in on. It's really not that hard as soon as you know how to do it, but yeah, you got this. But instead you keep looking over and watching Jasper's tractor show. Honestly though, that's like me with Paw Patrol. Like whenever I have like baby cousins over or whatever, or if I just happen to flip by it on the channels and I'm just like, alright, yeah, I'm gonna watch Paw Patrol now. It's kind of hard to distract yourself, like to not get distracted sometimes. I don't know why, why that is. By kids shows, even. Right? What even? It has no right to be that good. Okay, I'm really pleased that you agree with me, because it's actually phenomenal. It's like, I can't explain it, but it's kind of like how Sophia the First was also really good, and it was like a Disney Junior show, I think, technically, but it was still really good. It's like, why aren't all kids shows made this good? Right! Where was Paw Patrol when we were little? Instead I had flippin' Alvin and the Chipmunks. God. Even when I was little, I never cared that much for Alvin and the Chipmunks, but I would watch it because that was what I had. That was my choice. Wow, you guys get a nice, like, inside the mouth shot right here. Okay. So, I do have a spot here that's not going exactly as planned. It's... Hang on, let me get this tape in place and then I'll try to explain it. Okay, so, especially inside the mouth here, you know, I'm trying to... Come on now. I'm trying to follow along the edge. Like, try to follow along the top of the foam, right? Well, right here, I accidentally pulled it too tight, the tape, so it's kind of got, like, a gap in there. So I'm actually going to have to grab my X-Acto blade and kind of slice it so I can lay it flat again, because there's actually, like, an air bubble in there, and you don't want that, because that's not going to give you a flat pattern. That'll give you a messed up pattern. And that's not good. We don't want that. Alright. Take 2. Let's try this again. Oh boy, I just... Whew. My X-Acto blade just spit out its blade. That's not safe. Why did it do that? I have been looking for a new X-Acto blade handle forever, because I've tried so many X-Acto blade handles, and maybe it's just because I use it a lot, but they all go downhill. Like this one, I mean, it slides out, down and out, and like, same with my other ones. Like, I don't know what it is, but to find a good X-Acto blade handle is just giving me a really hard time. I've tried a few. Oh no! You know, I've never tried DoorDash. Is that like, where the groceries, like they bring you your groceries? Because even at the beginning of the apocalypse, I was like, I still went out and got my own stuff, so I never really went to, any kind of services like that to get me what I needed. So I'm kind of out of the loop. Okay, we are so close here. I'm sorry this isn't the most entertaining part. We really are almost there. They never get everything. Yeah, okay. That's annoying. I could see that being annoying. Especially if you need certain stuff to, like, make a specific meal, and they bring most of it, but they don't bring the one thing that you really needed. Like, come on, guys. Hey, Avengers, how you doing? I know, right? I'm alive. I think it's actually been a legitimate month since I last streamed. And, yeah. Honestly, it feels like I didn't miss a single time. I feel like normal. It just... I don't know what happened, man. I died, I guess. How have you been doing? Almost got it. So close. Need a little bit more tape in here. Yeah, this is definitely not my favorite part either. Taping the inside of the mouth is just a hassle. Honestly, I used to think I liked to make fursuit heads the best, but I've changed my mind. I think making fursuit heads is my least favorite part of making a fursuit. In all honesty, I think making bodysuits is my favorite. Well, I just woke up from a coma, so yeah, I feel that. Depending on your sleep schedule, sometimes you just wake up and you're like, where am I? For some reason, I've been on this really awkward grandma schedule where I wake up at like some ungodly hour, like 5 a.m. or so. It's been weird. It's been real weird. But yeah, I'm glad you're awake. Hopefully you're alive. Alright. It's so hard to see in here. Okay, so the thing is, once you get to this point, you can't really take the head off the base because, it depends really, but usually when you get around to this jaw area, it's like, if you take it off the base, you have to shift it a little bit, and it, like, rips or moves the tape out of its spot, and it wrecks your pattern. So, at this point, just assume you won't be able to take it off the base. I was just wishing I could, because that would be really helpful right now to get this, this underneath piece. I'm probably just gonna... Yeah! There we go. Okay, that didn't help at all. Okay. There's gotta be an easier way to do this. They can't accept the substitution item even though it's the same brand and the same price. The same thing, just a different flavor. What? Are you serious? Just trying to buy my son's juice. That's so dumb. What the heck? Can't they just like... It's like, no, you can't have apple. Well, can I have strawberry? No, you can't. That's so rude. What the heck? What even? It kind of defeats the purpose of saving you a trip to the store if they don't give you the things you need, and then you have to go to the store anyways. Oh my gosh! I just died. Oh my gosh, please. Alright, I don't want to check it out right now, but I will definitely see that as soon as I'm done streaming. Thank you for that. You know, I don't get enough clips anymore. So I really appreciate it when people make me highly entertaining clips. Okay, I do believe we are done in the mouth. Oh yeah. That's something that's been worrying me actually. If that's the last Super Smash Bros. Character, then does that mean they have plans to make a new Smash Bros. At some point relatively soon? Because if they stop, like, adding new stuff to it, Smash is... I mean, it's never gonna die, but it's not gonna be doing as well. You ordered 5 containers of juice, but they're only bringing you 2. Come on, man. Honestly. I'm so sorry. That's so annoying. Can't they just bring you the juice? Like, come on. I need my juice. I don't know why it's so difficult. Like, honestly. It's not like some weird thing, like a weird object that they don't know what it is. It's just some juice. I mean, even if they ran out, they should be able to substitute it, you'd think. Alright. So right now I'm just kind of patching up any holes I'm seeing. Thankfully there's not too many, but I gotta make sure that if there's any tape that's kind of peeling, that's got extra security, because if it doesn't, you will destroy your pattern if it's not strong enough. I just want Sora. Oh! I didn't even think about that. Is that even an option? Like, is that something that could even be done? I mean, I guess. I mean, we had Steve from Minecraft. I mean, I want Sans Undertale. But we got a costume for that. It's better than nothing, I guess, but that would be pretty sick, wouldn't it? Though I don't know how they would make his moveset. That would be kind of hard. Yeah. Yeah. Sora is really close. You know, it's like you think Sora, the first thing you think is Disney. Like, that's true. But we got Steve, so who knows, right? Like, what even? I still can't believe that. I honestly am shocked still. Alright. There's a lot of, like, characters on the roster that I have no idea what they're from. Like, a lot. Like, probably 90% of those ones I don't know are, like... Actually, all of them. They're all some kind of anime character that I don't know. I don't know why they have so many of those. Like, why do we need 15 Fire Emblem characters? I don't know. I don't think it's actually 15, but, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot. A lot more than we need. It can be done. Really. Well, you know, I would be surprised, but I would totally be all for it. I mean, if we did get a Sora, I'd be into that. But then I'd be mad because it'd be no Roxas, but at the same time, they could just make, like, a separate character skin thing like they've done before. Okay. Underneath here now. So right here, you do want to go tape up to the end of the foam edge here, but just be aware that it is going to come down for the neck here. So, you don't want to accidentally have tape, like, hanging over like this. At least not at the moment. That's just kind of how I like to work. I think it keeps it easier to understand what's going on. So I just kind of follow the edge here with this tape. Yeah, like that. There we go. Cool. So I'm just gonna patch up a few more holes. We're almost there. I always tell myself that, by the way. I'm almost done. If I don't, then I just get bored. I'm almost done, I swear. I love watching Figby poke over your shoulder. That's right. Watch me just... He's watching everything I do. He's on this side, yeah, he's watching me. If I start beating up on Indigo, he'll know. He watch. You know, my camera setup is a little bit strange today because, they're switched. Like, my overhead camera is actually being used as my forward camera. And, then I have my normal face cam is actually my over-the-shoulder right here camera. So, it's kind of weird. That's why the camera is kind of strange today, but that's why you can't see Mr. Woofs over here. He's hiding, but he got some new shades. He looks pretty swag, am I right? So, I'm gonna put him here. We'll see how long he sits. Is that Figby's tail? Actually, not quite. I have a mini partial. Just some hands and a tail. I made this a long time ago. This is actually what I'd have been using for bowling, but I kind of wanted to make a new character. But yeah, this is great for bowling because it's just a tail and hands. Really easy to live with, but of course, of course it has the squeakers. You know, I've always been a fan of the hand paws with the thumb. I think it's just my inner Robin Hood. I don't know, because I can make it where it's like four paws together, or that more feral look. But I just like the thumb. It's just me. Oh no! I forgot about that. Yeah, poor Mr. Wolves. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't jump in the trash again. All right, I put him back there. He can join. It's hard to see, but he's there. Right there. He's a good boy. Oh no! Oh my gosh! Jasper looked over so fast when I squeaked the paws, and he yelled, "My God!" Oh my God. Your son is the cutest thing I've ever seen. Oh. Yes, yeah, okay. I've been wanting to add squeakers to the bottom of my feet paws for as long as I can remember. But I decided to wait until I remade my feet paws. So, yeah, eventually when that happens. We should do feet paws. You know, I feel like I did part of Rissy's feet paws on stream once, and those were kind of like slippers, but honestly, I feel like I haven't done feet paws on stream before, and we should really do that. Because even if I did, it's been a while. But yeah, I would love that. I'm sure Jasper would love that if you had squeakers in your feet paws. Your son is so cute, and I want him. I love kids, man. I want at least 4. Wait, my cat's in here. Oh, that's true. Okay, you're right. I forgot about that. Wow. Time flies. You know what? I totally did. Actually, that was a long stream. You're right. Okay, I was thinking more along the lines of, a slipper kind of feet paw stream. But you're right. I totally forgot about that. So those were like, digi ones for like a fursuit, but yeah, I guess I should say I wanted to do slipper type shoes on stream. Okay, so let me actually adjust this camera so you guys can see what's going on. So yeah, there is some glue inside the ear here, and that's okay. To be honest, I mean, it's gonna be hidden. But to be honest, it's likely I'm gonna rip out this balaclava and put a new one in anyways. Because, after I made the head, it just didn't really cover enough on the inside, like, down here where I wanted it to. So, probably just gonna make a brand new liner. But it's okay if I do this, do the fur pelt first. Personally, I think if you want to add a new liner, personally, you guys, you should probably do it first, but since I've done this many times, it's okay. I just want to reiterate how hard it is to put a new liner in. It is really hard. Maybe we should do that on stream, too. Because that is a serious process if you don't know how to do it yet. So I would not put a new liner in unless it's really necessary. Yeah, add feet to the Valentine partial. You gotta do it. I love feets. I love feeties. I love hand paws. I just love fursuits. Ooh, you got a new tail? Yo! I love when you're just like, you're working on something, right? You're really into it, you're listening to music, or you're watching a TV show, you're just working, and suddenly your cat, like, jumps up on your desk or onto you, and you're like, oh my god! Like, dear goodness me, child! They scare you, like, you have no idea they were there. It sounds like that's what just happened to you, huh, Norman? It's terrifying. Sometimes they just sneak into your workroom and you don't notice it, and it's just... I can't let my cats in my workroom. I don't do... Like, sometimes they get in here, but most of the time I have to kick them out because they'll try to, like, lay on the fur, or they'll try to take... let me show you this. This is a beanbag I have. It's just a, it's just beads, like, beanbag beads, but they take this. They've taken it, ran outside my workroom, took it down the hall, and I was like, seriously? Oh man, one time I left my door semi-cracked, and the cats broke in because they they learned how to break into the doors by putting their paws on the door and pushing their weight. And I have 3 cats at this apartment with me, so they taught each other how to do that, and now they all do it. So if I don't pull the door shut all the way, they will break in. And one day I was working on teeth. I think it was teeth for Spartan. God. They were all on my desk. It was teeth and claws, because they're kind of made the same way. So I had at least 12 pieces of loose little teeth pieces. When I came back into my workroom, there was 2. I searched for those for months. I basically had to remake all of them. But I keep finding them. Even to this day, once in a while, I'll still find one. Like under the shelf or under the mattress or weird. It's like... And those take a while to make. So it was just like, you cats. You darn cats. Oh, yes, please. Thank you for sending me the video. I am going to see that. That's just another thing I gotta do after the stream ends. I'd love to see your tail. Your new tail. Your cat yawned and you accidentally put your finger in your mouth and she was confused. It's like, wait. Stop being indecent, and she hissed at me. Maybe that's what they call it, cat burglar. Maybe. You know, I'm not gonna deny that. Honestly, I'm not gonna... Honestly, that's probably true. I'm into that. That sounds right. That sounds about right. Okay, so something I want to do in here, this is completely optional, but, so you see how... Okay, let me grab this eye here. So here's where the eye goes, right? You need fur around it. You don't really need fur on the inside of the socket in here. However, I still do put a little bit of tape in this little, like, inside area. So you can see I put tape through in here all the way around. Because, one, it tries to curve out sometimes, and you don't want to lose your pattern. I just like to leave, like, a little bit of extra tape width in there so it doesn't lose its pattern. And 2, I actually prefer to fill this whole deep cavity with tape because this section I will use as a pattern to put a liner in there because I don't like to have foam just showing. So if I just fill up this whole section, I can use the whole pattern of that to make a liner that covers the foam. So it doesn't need to be all fur all the way in. But up through this line, like, let me grab my pen. So like this hard edge line, I will go a little bit further in, like maybe half an inch. So like maybe right here, I'll make it up to fur. And then here, all the way back, will be like balaclava material. So it's optional to put the balaclava liner in there, but I like to do it. You lose less foam because every time I wash Figby, the parts of his head that show foam, I lose some foam every time I wash them. So it's just better to cover the foam. Did you ever find Spartan's eyes, or did you remake them? You know what? I never ever found Spartan's eyes, but I did find Indigo's eyes. So there's that. Waiting for Figby 2.0. You know what? I have actually here it is. Okay. There's a very specific point I'm going to make Figby 2.0 at. And this is it. This is my little swatch box. And I keep it with Figby because it gets me to remember to never forget Figby 2.0. It's getting dark in here, isn't it? So this is Luxury Fox. So it's a step higher quality than regular regular luxury shag. It's like, it's beautiful. So basically, I was waiting for green Luxury Fox and at the very least this cream color Luxury Fox because it's such a high quality that you don't have to brush it as much and it makes it so nice. I will sing the praises of Deluxe / Luxury Fox my entire life. And so I'm waiting for the several colors of Figby to come in those colors. But at the very least, I need that honey / camel, whatever they want to call it, cream color to be existent. Because that's when I'm going to make Figby 2.0. Because I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it right. So yeah, down here... Oh boy. Sorry, I'm fighting with the camera, like usual. So these are all my swatches. I've got minky versions of every color that I need for Figby and their luxury shag counterpart. And if they have it, you know, the luxury deluxe fox. Yeah, so I'm very excited. And I also have the color palette for the newest commission I'm doing. This is the commission that I'm starting right after Indigo. It's like this this dark steel gray with this like deep red. I was gonna say blood red, but ew. And this black. And of course, because I had the option, I'm using deluxe luxury fox furs. Because I could have used regular luxury shag, but man, if you have the option, I will always take it. Deluxe, it's like a few bucks more per yard, but it is so worth it. It's just, it's just the most beautiful fur. I'm sorry. I got really off track there. I just got so into it. I'm so excited. One day I will make Figby 2.0. I'm trying to actually get a custom run going of turquoise and yellow, so I can get Figby 2.0 faster, but you put tape in the eye area for bipolar. Oh, for your for your character. Good. That's awesome. That's my favorite. I do like to put it in the eye area. I think it's a nice touch. You remember I have the Lego NES? Yes, I do. And then right after I bought that, my brother and I were like, you know what? We could have bought a real NES for cheaper than we bought this Lego NES. And then we had a good laugh about that. What do you think about the Lego Mario 64 cube? What? Is that a thing? Hold up. What is that? And I need to look it up because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to buy it. No time soon because I'm broke, but I'm gonna have to look into that. The Mario playsets themselves, those were cool, but not enough for me to spend my money on them. But the NES remake, like, I just love how it looks like the original. I think that's such a cool thing. That was worth it to me. Also, I like that should be a new hashtag. Hashtag waiting for Figby 2.0. I can't wait, man, because Figby is just the most... let's just say he isn't the most well-constructed, and I wish I had some knowledge back then that I have now. Because, especially when dealing with, like, the feet paws, like... They don't want to stay on. It needs zippers. It really needs zippers. There's a lot of little things I could talk about that Figby needs to be upgraded on. But I'm going to try not to get down that rabbit hole right now. Whew. Oh, Phil! Well, thank you. You don't have to. But, you know, a lot of my, commissions, actually, pretty sure almost every single one of my commissions I've gotten was from you guys sharing with your friends. Like, all my friends sharing with their friends, and so when you guys share it around, like, that... Thank you. Like, that's the biggest form of, like, tip you could leave me, is just, like, sharing me around with other people. I can't tell you guys enough how much I appreciate that. Is a question block that has micro versions of Mario 64 inside. Yo! Dang! Yeah, I'm on that. I'm gonna have to save up for that now. That's adorable. I'm accidentally a collector of nerdy things, and I really like that. Shoot, I'm gonna totally have to look that up. My brother and I are gonna have to build that together. How did I find the furry fandom? Oh, yes! Yes! From the dealers then. You know what? Yeah, that was... I guess that was my foot in the door. You know, Micah has been with me since the beginning. Like, I've made a lot of friends, but not many of them I could call, like, a true friend. Like, I've made a lot of friends, but yeah, it's... Micah, I've known for a long time now, and I really... I just don't know where I'd be without her. Oh my god! No, you... we'll just all cry together. No. Yeah, my brother laughs at me because sometimes I'll go to the store and I'll buy something and I'll come home and I'll say, "Hey, Dan, I accidentally bought some Pokemon cards," or "I accidentally bought this or that," and now it's just a joke. Now I have to say it every time. Like, the other day, I accidentally went on the Blizzard store and ordered a Overwatch hat. Oops! Meet me during the crying stream, yeah. Alright, everybody, gather in. So in 4 days is our official crying stream. We're all gonna get together, we're just gonna cry together, and I think we're gonna have a good time. Okay, so this is something that I've tried for the first time on this fursuit. You know, I still read it correctly, so I didn't even notice it was misspelled. Yes! Okay, so what happened was, I kept forgetting. I even forgot, like, I forgot Fursuit Friday, and sorry I missed it Saturday, so... Which, by the way, is the best invention ever. Yeah, we need to start doing video voice calls again. Fursuit voice calls. Anyone who's watching this currently on stream or in the future on YouTube, you can totally join in our Fursuit voice calls. You don't need a fursuit. We just put on Fursuit if you have one, and we kind of just chat and show off all of our furry stuff. We'll talk about art, talk about our day, just have fun. It was really fun. Okay, oh yeah, before I forget. So this is something I actually haven't done until this fursuit before. I did my best to make these ears somewhat floppy. And you can kind of see it, but they're kind of taped on now. You can't really see it because it's kind of taped still. I've got some tape on there. But the way I did this was I had it, well, you can see the ear is attached here in the front, and this whole front area is attached. And so it is attached here and here, but in the back here, it's not attached at all, actually. It's a pretty big, here we go. Okay, I didn't attach this ear yet, so see how floppy that is? So in the back, normally I would just make this like one big attached piece, but in an attempt to make this floppy, these back few layers are actually chopped thin. They're chopped short. So it doesn't go all the way down. It stops up here so that it has the ability to move back. Otherwise the foam would be in the way and it wouldn't be able to move. So that worked pretty well, I think. But when you put the tape on there, you still have to make sure that it's completely straight like this, so that when it flaps, you'll have enough fabric. Because if you gotta make sure that you put the tape on there correctly. So don't follow the concave of this ear when you're putting the tape on. Just put it like straight across. I hope that makes sense. Oh no! Oh no, Micah, I'm sorry. You just kind of missed something that was slightly important, but I could probably explain it way faster. I'm not sure how much you heard of it, or if you want me to even repeat it all. I was talking about the floppy of the ears. Dude, by the way, everybody who has come on my stream, like, every person today has been having internet... Okay, not every person. Almost every person has been having internet trouble. It's ridiculous. Including me. My stream crashed like 4 times. Yay, floppy ears! I'm so excited. I was gonna try, using a wire to make the ears floppy, but turns out I don't think that's actually necessary. Ooh, but you know what? I have much new information on fursuit tongues. I can't wait to do another fursuit tongue stream, because I did last time when I was making Spartan's tongues, but this time around, now that I've done it more, I have much better way of explaining how to do it, and especially a better way of putting the wire in the long tongue so you can bend it however you want. So, yeah, I'm really excited to do a tongue stream. Wow, yeah, Avengers, even you. Buffering trouble. Like, what even? What is up with today? Why is it doing this? Ooh, yeah, you gotta make a tongue. Oh! Yo, okay, so I'm not sure how I feel about those. Because, okay, when you're making a fursuit, like, yeah, honestly, you find the greatest stuff on Etsy. You always find good stuff. Hey guys, welcome back to the tongue stream. Nobody clipped that. Oh boy. Okay, last time we had a good time laughing at the tongue stream also. Every tongue stream is just a meme at this point. Oh, yeah, what I was saying. Okay, when you're working on a fursuit. How did you even see that? What even? Yeah, it is, actually. It's my new mouse pad. Cool, right? I needed a mouse pad, and I was like, you know what? So, yet another inside family joke. So every year, my brother, he's still in high school, he gets a mouse pad of his face from his school photo, and it's a joke. And so, you know what? I said, I'm gonna do that too. So I got a photo of myself. Oh, thank you. I love it. The only thing is the photo's a little bit stretched, so his arm is, like, long. But, you know, it's not that bad. So, I think it's adorable. He's a figby. That's so funny that you noticed buying your own merch. Seriously. You know it's bad when... You know, I've always wanted to make, merch, but I never knew if I should. Like, it seems kind of, like, really self-indulgent, you know? Like, I think to make merch without having a huge fan base is kind of ridiculous. But at the same time, it's really tempting. It is beautiful. Thank you. Yes, okay, I got this. Oh, yeah! Yes! True questions! Yeah, that's fine. Shoot. I will buy all of your merch. Thank you! I will buy all of it too. LOL. You wouldn't have to, of course. But it would be cool to have merch. I just think it would be a fun thing to do. You could try to draw me stuff for it. Oh! Yeah! You know, I'd be into that. You're a good artist too! Oh my gosh. Everybody here is just such a good artist in different artistic forms. It's like amazing. I love having art friends. It's one of my favorite things. I mean, if you wanted to, I think it'd be really fun. But you know, it is lots of extra work for you, so that's up to you. But if you did do some work for me, I'd pay you, of course. Do you think a heavy-duty sewing machine would sew fur better? I have been dying to get a heavy-duty sewing machine because mine is just a standard one right now, and it's not even that expensive. It was just a $300 Singer. It's really not that expensive, but it gets the job done. But I have had trouble with it getting stuck and whatnot. I think it would definitely help. Like 100%, I think it would help, but the question is how much would it help? Like for one, a heavy duty machine, I mean it would definitely stab down better with the needle, and that would be great. But more what I'm thinking would be helpful is the stronger feed dogs, like the underneath the presser foot, the part that pushes the fabric along, that being stronger would actually really help. I don't know, yeah. Because without having an actual one to try myself, I can't prove anything, but if and when I do get one, I'll totally let you know. Because I do wonder how much that would actually be of use. That's something that I have been wanting to save up for a while, but I always, like, you know, get distracted and buy things that aren't important, like, what was I just laughing about that I bought earlier? Oh, a Lego NES. Like, all dogs gonna have, yes, actually. Where is it? I do have a, oh, it's over by the door. So, I'm not sure if you're laughing at my joke about the feed dogs, like the dog, yeah, the feed dog on the machine. I think that's what it's called. Or my actual frame, but I'm pretty sure you're talking about this. Okay, camera. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I hope that's visible. Yeah, I did the best I could to show you guys. Yeah, I forgot, with the camera facing this way, you guys could actually see by the door. Yeah, right! That one, I grew up with that, and, especially the Christmas one I grew up with. I've got some He-Man cells up there, one of Tila and Cringer, and one of He-Man riding Cringer. I guess I should have showed you guys when I was over there, but the camera be fighting me. That's so funny that you saw that, especially with this really bad lighting. Like, the back there is bad lighting. Like, I have no idea how you did that. I'm kind of impressed. That was your favorite movie when you were little? Yes! It's probably why I'm a furry. Honestly, though. Okay, Robin Hood was my favorite movie, so. Okay, but no, it wasn't. I mean, it was, but so was The Lion King. Those were my two movies. I watched those too much. That's so cute. I think I was... Didn't you or somebody ask me earlier how I became a furry? I feel like somebody asked me that and I forgot to answer it. Long story short, I had no idea I was a furry until I had to design a character for a character design class when I was in animation school, and everybody was making, like, humans or, like, you know, cool classes like barbarian or witches or robots, aliens, cool stuff. But I wanted to make an anthropomorphic wolf. So, yeah, it wasn't really specifically one thing that made me a furry. I just realized one day, wait a minute, I am a furry. But yeah, that's the short version of the story. Yes! Oh! You know, I don't like clutter, which is hard for somebody who is an artist that does this kind of thing, because I have to have a lot of junk. I have a lot of junk. So I just do the best I can to keep it organized. But I don't like to have stuff around that I don't use. So while I am a collector of things, I'm kind of a big I am an enigma. I don't make sense, but I don't like to have stuff around that just takes up space that I will never want or use. So, VHS tapes seems like something I should get rid of, right? But I just have such a connection to my VHS tapes, because, you know, those are the things I grew up with watching. I can't bear to get rid of them. The Figby origin story. I love the Figby origin story. Yeah, so I wanted to make an anthropomorphic wolf as my character. It had to be a bipedal character, something that walked on 2 feet, because we were learning animation cycles and stuff. So yeah, and that's what I chose. I wanted to do a wolf. And, my professor, he's like, okay, well, the first thing you need to do is you need to look up reference. If you're having trouble designing a character, look up reference. And dear Lord, that moment when me and my professor looked up anthropomorphic wolf. Yeah, that happened. That's a dangerous thing to Google, I'll tell you that. But yeah. Anyways, it kept going. Like, I made the most ridiculous, stupid character. Like, the personality I gave him was, I want to say kind of like SpongeBob, but a little bit dumber. And, he was almost like a meme character, to be honest. He was just in it, he was just existing for laughs, and my animation friends and I made jokes all the time about just, oh, Figby, he would do that, he's stupid, and just stupid, dumb jokes. And, back then, my animated short, he was gray, because when you first make a sphere or any polygon model of any shape, when you first spawn one of those, it's colored with this shader called Lambert, and it's just a plain gray shader. And I just left it like that. So, yeah. For the longest time, Figby was just a really kind of annoying, meme-ish gray wolf. And then, later on, my friends were, like, jokingly teasing me, "You're a furry, aren't you?" And I was like, what the heck is that? And then, eventually, somebody showed me a picture of a fursuit, and I was like, wait, what's this? And they're like, well, those furries sometimes make these costumes. And I was like, interesting. And then I started looking at the costumes. I wasn't even really caring about the furry characters, like, character designs or really anything, really. I was interested in the furry costumes. And the more I looked into it, the more intrigued I got. And, from there, I decided, you know what? I'm gonna make my own costume. But I didn't want to make a plain gray wolf costume, because I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do something more intense, something cooler. So I got to work redesigning Figby. And it took me a long time. I at least a few weeks, because I couldn't decide. And I had my best friend, roommate with me, Inksy. She pops in the stream sometimes, and on Discord sometimes. And, she helped me out a little bit, but most of the design was me. And, I started with my favorite colors, and I knew that I liked stripes. So I put stripes on his legs, and I knew that I liked varsity jackets, so I put varsity stripes, on his wrists. And I really liked Chombies from Neopets, the little dinosaur creatures. So I liked the spots on them, so I put some blue spots on. And honestly, that's just how it came to be. And then through my senior year of college, between classes, when I had time, I was working on sewing Figby. And it took me like a year. But of course, since I was in college, it took me a long time. And when Figby was done, I was like, oh boy. And after Figby was done is when I started making Fur Affinity, I started making accounts, and I started posting stuff. And then I realized that people actually did this as a business, like, made these costumes as a business. And I said, you know what? I had a lot of fun making this costume. And so I started making more stuff. I started making pre-mades, and then I met Micah, who bought a pre-made hand paw set from me off of the dealer's den. And Micah encouraged me to do better, to be the best of myself, and to try doing more commissions. Try being a fursuit maker for real. And so I did. And honestly, the rest just kind of fell into place. I just took more commissions, made more friends, started streaming. Origin story. I'm sorry, that was really long. I didn't even get to respond to your comments. I was really into that story. I'm sorry. Alright, I'm sorry. I'm a little behind now. Okay. Avengers. I don't like clutter either, and yet here I am. You know what? That's fine. VHS tapes and some kinds of clutter, sometimes it's just nice to have some of those reminiscent things. You just watch Scooby-Doo movie on VHS? Yo. See, the thing is, at least you use your VHS tapes, right? I mean, that's sick. I love that. That's like the most creepy way to watch it, is with those old scan lines and... Oh, and an old CRT television. Micah says, when you were in middle school, you made a meme warrior cat OC named Accident Prone, and he existed just for bad things to happen to him. That's amazing. We kind of should have like a separate page of just meme RP, because I would so do that. It'd be so funny. That's amazing. Apparently Facebook and Instagram are like completely offline right now. People are freaking out. What the heck? How does that happen? I thought, what? They have so many servers. How could it possibly go offline? I could understand the world losing their minds over that, though. You know, people are a little too attached to social media these days. And then you have people like me who are not enough. But yeah. That's crazy. I wonder how long that's gonna last. Maybe it'll only be down for a minute, or if it's out for a few hours, that's probably gonna make the news, to be honest. A neophyte. Okay, I was like, what the heck is a neophyte? Figgy is a neophyte confirmed. Honestly though, he's part Chumby, so I guess so. Oh, you know what? You're right. I did. Skittles. They might have renamed themselves, but, at the time, they called themselves Skittles. You're right. I totally did. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me about that. I forgot about that. That was a fun one. You know, if I ever run into them at a convention or something, I would be so pleased. I would love to see how that fursuit is. I'm sure... I mean, it's not the best, but, you know, I didn't sell it for super expensive either, because I knew I wasn't the highest quality at the time. I sold it for a very accurate price, I'd say, and, it's still a really nice fursuit. But that was my second fursuit head, so... It's been offline for a while, there's no clear timeline when it'll come back. It's weird. Yee! Yeah. Okay, that's totally gonna make the news. It has to. That's crazy. People are probably freaking out right now. I mean, maybe they're just doing, like, updates, but usually websites do have to go offline for a little bit to do updates, but they'll usually do it when people are not on it. Like, I would assume they would do it by region, like... In our region, when it's like 4 a.m., they would probably update the site. And then, you know, in Japan, when it's their 4 a.m., they would update it for them. But yeah, that's kind of bizarre, because it doesn't sound like it's a normal update. It sounds like it was unscheduled. Wow, Messenger is down. Yikes, that's crazy. Okay, good to know. Because that's how I contact, that's how my family members and I chat. We use a messenger, so, of course I barely go on it anyways, but good to know in case I needed to. Boy. I'm almost out of tape here. Need some tape. Hercules. Oh man, so my bro is in marching band, and his marching band is one of the best in the state. Legitimately, it actually is. And he's so proud of it, and I'm proud of him. And the music they are doing this year is on Disney films, and I'm like, yeah. They know where it's at. Disney, man. Hang on. Okay. You use it to talk to everyone except Figby on Discord, yeah. Discord, I think, is the one I check the most often, just because I have an obligation to, because I have a server and all that. Sorry I'm that odd one out that makes it difficult. Last night you were playing on your Switch, and you popped in the corner playing... Yeah! I popped up in the corner playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon! What kind of crossover is this? Oh, that's amazing! That's so funny. I only play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Well, I only play Switch games usually, like, for 20 minutes or 15 right before bed. Like, I like to lay in bed and play games. And Mystery Dungeon happens to be the game I've been playing lately, so if you see me playing it, I'm likely just about to go to sleep. Pretty sure I told somebody that already. I think it was Avengers, because he was also laughing at me playing Mystery Dungeon at, like, 2 a.m. one time. Yeah. You can fly stuck in your head for days. Oh, gosh. Yeah, you did. You saw me. Yeah, you saw me playing Mystery Dungeon. Okay, actually, I'm not sure if I ever wore my Trico shirt on stream, but I do have a Trico shirt, and Trico is one of my favorite Pokemon, so, of course, Trico is my, starter, my main character in that game, and Cubone was my second, he's my partner Pokemon. It was like 2 or 3. Okay, I'm sorry, but a lot of music from those really old ones, like Peter Pan, I don't like that. It's really, really old music that I'm not into, and the You Can Fly song is highly annoying. Alright, so this, the back of the head is rounded, but it's not, like, super rounded, where if I use this 2-inch tape, it'll, like, take away the detail. And that's really important, is you don't want to lose detail, so it's okay to use 2-inch on the back in certain spots and stuff. Okay, so I do believe I'm done taping except for the top of the ear, this top part. Yeah. We better finish. Alright, we'll finish that, and then we'll do the neck. Oh, you like the old music? Well, that's good. At least somebody likes it, you know? I'm not trying to be a hater on it, but it's just, it really kind of just annoys me. I'm not sure why. But it does give me nostalgia, so there's that. Eee, Mudkip! Yeah, Mudkip is really cute. Mudkip is great because you can use ground-type moves. I think. Wait, right? I'm not sure, actually. I don't usually use Mudkip, but you should be able to use ground-type moves. See, the awesome thing about Cubone is he's able to learn some dark-type moves, and his ability, Lightning Rod, literally halts any electric attack at all. And not only does it stop any electric attack on any of my Pokemon, but it boosts his special attack. So it's like, wow. So if you want to have a bird Pokemon on your team and you don't want them to absolutely get fried with an electric attack, bring along a Cubone, because his Lightning Rod will completely protect your team. It's like way OP of an ability. I'm actually shocked. Sorry, hang on. I'm reading this. Oh, used to only be Eevee. Oh! Explorers of Time is a good game. I love that game. And Meowth is so cute. I'm glad you got to try a Meowth. I think when I was a kid growing up, I used to use Torchic and Trico. But yeah, now I only use Trico, Cubone, and Munchlax. Munchlax is always my favorite. I don't know why, man. I just like using them. I think that's the one I used in Time, when I was playing Time. By the way, I've been wanting to play Red Rescue Team on stream because, yeah, that's a good game. And that would be a fun one to play on stream. I just gotta get the Game Boy emulator up. I actually haven't tried to run a Game Boy emulator in 5+ years. Even though I own one, it's probably super outdated, and I don't have the game, so I'm gonna have to get that set up, but it will be fun. The storyline isn't even that long on that game. Like, the post-game is kind of long, but yeah. Should try Stardew Valley. Okay, so Stardew Valley, I've actually tried it before, and I played it for about Yeah, it was like a 5-hour sitting. And you know what? It didn't click. I have no idea. I have no idea why I didn't really like it that much. But it's bizarre because I love Harvest Moon games. So I get the feeling that maybe I was just not in the right mood, or maybe I needed to play it a little longer, because that kind of game is so up my alley, so I don't know why I wasn't really enjoying myself. So I think I should give it another shot. I have it on Steam right now. But I don't know, it wasn't bad. I just didn't really care for it that much. I have to give it another shot. I need to give it a fair chance. I mean, I give every bad Sonic game a fair chance, so yeah, okay, so it must not have been that long ago, because I did try it with the multiplayer. Also, we could totally play that together if you wanted. That'd be so fun. Any game you have is always, okay, 90% of the time, a game is more entertaining with friends. Maybe that's it. Maybe I was just playing with the wrong group of people. Who knows? I just need to give it another shot. I will have to do that. But yeah, multiplayer on a Harvest Moon style game is like, yes, please. I mean, Harvest Moon style, I love farming games. I just love them. They're so chill. They're like Animal Crossing, but not. That would be a good one to play before bed. I should buy that for my Switch so I can play it in bed. Okay, that was a little scary. My chicken painting fell. So I bought this a long time ago. I do believe I got it at the store at home, and yeah, the people in the checkout were laughing at me, and I was laughing at me too. This is just the most ridiculous thing. Who comes home with a thing of a chicken, like 5 chickens or so, staring at you? Like, but you know what? I did. It's a shame I knocked it off the wall 5 minutes ago. Well, more like 50 minutes ago, but I will hang it back up after the stream. You grew up. Yeah. Yeah, that checks. I'm sorry. I was a little bit behind on the comments. I didn't even see that. Peter Pan is probably your favorite Disney movie because you watched it so many times as a kid. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It's a little bit... It's aged. We'll just say it's aged. It's an aged film, but... you know, it was never one of my favorites. Even when it came... Like, if it... I don't know. I would never, ever choose it. I would always choose something else. I'd rather watch almost anything else in my collection than that. And I don't know why. It just never clicked with me. But I do want to see it again now that I'm an adult, because it's been so long, I don't remember a single thing about it. Nothing. I mean, other than, like, the You Can Fly annoying song and them being mean to the dog. That scarred me, man. They were mean to that dog, and I was like, you know what? You awful people. Ooh, that'd be great. That would be awesome if you'd be willing to help me set it up, because, boy, I know I can do it. I mean, I'm pretty technically inclined, but the thing is, it just takes time, and time is not something that's easy to get. You know, you only have so much of it every day, so if you were willing to help me set it up, that would be really awesome. It would be really fast. And yes, I do want to stream something with you. We need to choose a day, because if we don't choose a day, I will just continuously forget. Yeah. Oh, the father was mean to the dog, yeah. Yo! You know what? I actually liked the second Peter Pan movie. It's like... It feels like a totally separate movie, which, you know, it is. It's just... But yeah, I liked the second one better. Me trying to... I don't know why I have two cameras if one of them isn't even on the thing I'm trying to do. Okay, come on. Okay. I remember really liking the second one. Okay, we're almost done. We're at the tip of the ear. So close, man. So close. Yeah, I've been wanting to play games with people. I've been wanting to stream with people. There's so many things on my, like, to-do list. It's just absolutely ridiculous. So, I've decided, first things first, no more dilly-dallying. I've got to finish this costume and mail it out. Then I will finish all of the half-done projects and things I have to do, because I actually have more videos halfway in the pipeline, like halfway edited videos. I have several halfway edited videos, fursuit related videos, and some are gaming, but most of them are fursuit related, and it's like, it's not that I don't like editing videos, but it takes time, and I have the guilt. I have the guilt because I wasn't working on this costume when I should finish this costume. But I also want to be making our YouTube videos, and there's just too much to do. So as soon as I'm done with this costume, I think I do have another costume in the works. However, I'm also going to finally post some YouTube videos, and it's about time. I'm very excited about that. Yeah, right? Oh, you know, we should check when that next Fur Bowl is. Oh shoot, I just remembered something. Oh no! Guys, I'm an idiot. Motor City FurryCon in Detroit. I live somewhat near Detroit. I mean, it's a little bit of a drive. It's not bad. I forgot that it's in October. It might have already happened. I need to look that up, because if I missed it, I'll be very sad. I was waiting months for this. Yikes. Give me a quick, hot second. This is important. MCFC. Oh, okay, I guess I gotta also write, furry. Motor City Furry Con. October 8 to 10. Okay, I didn't miss it. Whew. Alright. Oh, thank you. I already checked. I'm sorry. Thank you for being willing to check. The copy's too much from the first one, but it did come... Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, when they make sequels, especially if they're like direct-to-DVD sequels, you never know what you're gonna get. You could get anything. Yeah. Like, the Jungle Book sequel, awful. Terrible. Garbage. The Lion King sequel, amazing. Yeah, you don't know what you're gonna get. Starts in 4 days. Oh, God. Alright. I think I have the funds if I take it out of my savings, which, let's be honest, is worth it. But I also want to mail this out. If I blow days not working on this costume, then that's a problem too. I need to mail this out. So that's my inner struggle with life. It's like I need to do this, but I need to do this, but I need to do that. It's hard, man. Ooh, you know what? Mulan 2. Mulan 2 is excellent. Maybe that's nostalgia talking. I love it. It's a good movie. But the animation style is a complete 180. And you know what? I don't hate it, but it's just interesting to see how the animation style is so different. You feel like you like the Jungle Book sequel? I did when I was a kid, but I saw it more recently, and it's just awful. It's terrible, but, you know, you can like it if you want to. Just as a movie, it's not that great. In my opinion. Life is hard, seriously! Freaking life. Hate life. The game. Okay, so here's the part where, we get to the neck. So, this is the part where I realized you can't make a fursuit head without a head base of some kind. Because you need this to make that neck shape. Unless somehow you got a pattern from somebody else. I rely on this body shape to get me that neck. So, this is the end of the foam line right here. And I actually started putting a few pieces of tape coming down. Like, so what you want to do is, you need to kind of... I'm wondering how other makers do this, but... this is how I've been doing it. You kind of need to make like an airspace here of where the neck is going to be. So I'll just take some of this thick tape and I'll just kind of lead it down. And where you want it to touch the shoulder, that's the important spot. And I want it to touch like about here. There we go. Cool. So it does have a little hang off here, which I can rip off or cut. But, I usually just tape this directly to the dummy, and I just keep building on it. And it's okay if you start off with the 2-inch strips, like I am, but, you're very soon going to need to move to thinner strips, because it's going to start to warp like this, and that's not good. The more warping, the weirder your pattern's going to be. So, none of that. So I'm just going to keep putting strips coming down from the very bottom edge of where this tape ends, down to where, yeah, I hope that makes sense. Ooh, yeah, the 101 Dalmatians sequel, yes, I loved that one. Even as a kid, I knew that one was, a storyline that was completely overdone, and you know what, I didn't care, because, overdone or not, it was well done. And I enjoyed it. It was a decent film, and I liked it enough. So, you know what? That 101 Dalmatians 2. Yeah, Patch's London Adventure. That one gets an A+ from me. Well, maybe like a C+. It's really good, but not good enough for A+, let's be real. Venom 2. That one, it might be a hot take. Ooh, you should. You know, you find really great stuff, Micah. Oh, have you happened to find, if you happen to find that Toothy Hounds pattern, I can't recall, was it like a... I think it was hand paws. the Toothy Hounds hand paws, the Fursuits hand paws, and there might have been one more. I don't remember. But if you happen to remember what they were, if you happen to find it, let me know, because I need to buy those. Toothy Hounds is a tail. Oh, okay, okay. Are you sure it wasn't also hand paws? Because I kind of feel like it was hand paws also. Like the one with the little, second... Oh, YBL, yes! Okay, that's fine. That's enough. That's enough information for me to find. I can find it. Thank you. See, for other people who don't know what I'm talking about, so somebody, in this case Micah, bought a pattern for the maker, me, to make them something, which is completely fine. They bought, for example, a hand paw pattern from Fursuits, and then gave it to the maker to make that pattern, for them, and I did that. But the thing is, I still have that pattern, and if I intend to use that pattern ever again, I need to buy that pattern. Because if I don't buy that pattern, that's stealing. That's not... Even though you can get away with that, don't do that, please. Makers, you have no idea how long it takes to make a pattern. I've made patterns many times. It's very, very, very hard. It takes a lot of dedication. You gotta rewrite pieces over and over, keep trying again. New ideas, it's hard. You gotta keep trying new stuff, and to just take somebody's work like that, that's not right. So, if you ever end up in the situation that I was, where, you're a fursuit maker, and somebody bought a pattern for you to make that, thing for them, that's fine, but you can't use it again. That's because that pattern belongs to the person that commissioned you. They're the one that bought it. It's their pattern to use. So if you want to continue to use it, you need to buy it from that maker. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. Not only is that the right thing to do, but that's, it's also how you support more furries and fursuit makers. Support artists that work really hard to make this stuff, you know? And, I accidentally, forgot to buy that pattern multiple times. And I've been using it, and I know I need to buy it. I just keep forgetting to buy it, so that's why I was, asking for a little help remembering what they were called so I could buy it. It's very important. It's important to me. Alright, so I've got this kind of back taped up here, and that's exactly what I'm going for. It's kind of ridiculous, but it's what it does. That's how I do it. Now I'm gonna add another layer of tape, and then I'll explain more. One more tape right here. Yeah. Okay. So this is a cowl. Anything that goes around your neck is usually called a cowl. C-O-W-L. That's how you spell it. So usually it has this kind of rounded shape. So usually it's like round here, and it comes up around the shoulder, and then it's round in the front. So I'm going to draw this pattern so you can see. There we go. Okay. And you gotta remember that this part mirrors, this bottom part, it flips over on this axis of symmetry, so you don't want to have this going up, like, you don't want this part to go up at the end, otherwise, when you flip it, it'll be shaped like this, where it's it'll bow up. So, when you're making this, it has to end going down, if that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Okay, so... a problem here. So yes, although this is taped, this side here, it might be hard for you guys to see on camera, because you don't get to see in 3D space like I do. Because you only have one eye. I have two. But this needs to go in a little more. Like, yes, this piece is connected to the shoulder, however, it's a straight line. It needs to curve in a little bit. Just a little. It needs to kind of follow There we go. So it needs to just be in a little more like this. Like, see how it's bent? It kind of flows better. It's not just like a straight line. So, if that happens to you, that's okay. You can fix it easy. Just, you know, use your X-Acto blade, cut off the wrong part. Oh, thank you so much! Thank you, Micah. I need to buy those before I forget again. It's ridiculous. Every time I talk about those patterns, I'm like, these are amazing. And then I'm like, oh no, I didn't buy them yet. It's terrible. Thank you. Actually, I really, really appreciate you going through the effort of getting those for me. Yeah, if you're willing to. If you're willing to find it, I would appreciate it. I think it'd be good. I like it, so take my money. Alright. Cool. So it is much more rounded in here. So at this angle, you can see how it kind of curves here. Before, it didn't do that. That's why I needed to slice it and kind of fix it a little. It was just straight, and it looked dumb. It needs to curve in a little. It needs to follow the contour of the head. I have so many points. You know, that's a problem. I've been meaning to make like a tail giveaway that you can spend points on, but you know what? Every time I've tried, it doesn't work. It's failed. Every time. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Alright, this part's hard. I gotta connect it to this. I'll try. I'm sorry you are rich in points. I wish I had something for you to use it on. Yeah, that's just another thing. It really, that actually is on my to-do list. Things I've got to get done. Really, it is. Make the tail giveaway on Twitch work. You have almost 5K, holy cow. Yikes. Yeah, I gotta get on that, man. I've tried multiple times, but for whatever reason, it keeps not working. Like, it repeatedly does not work. I don't know, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Or maybe because I'm the one trying to test it. I'm not quite sure. I guess I think I just need to do more research, honestly. You know, when I have to, like, research stuff like that, the best time to do that is when I'm, like, waiting in line or something. I'm completely stuck. I have nothing, like, I can't work on fursuits because I'm waiting in line somewhere. Like, I'm trapped. That is the perfect time to research stuff that needs to get researched. Because I don't like to just sit in my room here and start, like, Googling stuff. It's the same reason I don't like to just sit on my laptop and, like, social media stuff. I don't know, man. If I'm here, I'd rather just be working on projects. I hate lines, right? Gotta wait in line for everything. Especially if you live in a city, your whole traffic life is a line. Okay. This part right here is kind of tough. Because you gotta connect it right from this line straight down, and meanwhile the liner is trying to get caught in there. It's doing its very best to be annoying. Okay. And you want to make sure you don't connect it too close up to the neck, because you won't be able to put it on your head. So make sure it's, like, connected maybe lower down here where I have it. Because if it's connected up here, that means you're trying to put it on and it'll be so tight around the neck you won't be able to. Oh, they changed their name? Oh, that's so confusing. Thank you. That makes it a little more confusing, but at least... Seriously, thanks so much for figuring that out for me. Like, getting all that together is awesome. You saved me so much time. And pain. Googling stuff is just not my form of entertainment. It frustrates me to no end. Alright. Even games I'm playing. Like, okay, I was playing Mystery Dungeon, and I needed to learn how to do this one specific thing. But I didn't want to Google it, because I just hate it. I hate doing it. I know it sounds so dumb, but it's true. Okay. The longest line you've ever been stretched for like a mile. Oh, gosh. Where were you at? Like, were you at an amusement park or something? Because that is awful. That's just, that is no good. That's no good. That's what Sonic says. Alright. Oh, it's trying to give me trouble. It's trying. You stay put, you tape. Don't make me yell at you. Oh, into a Comic-Con, yeah. You know, there was a huge, huge line to get into Anthrocon, and, the thing is, I just came a few hours late, and then it was gone, and it was worth it. Because I could have spent those few hours waiting in line, or just go late, and, yeah. It was worth it. Yes, I lost a few hours, but at least I wasn't waiting in that line. I just walked right up. I don't know, man. I hate lines to get into conventions. It's so, stressful, because you just want in so bad. Oh! I know, I love looking at suits. Ugh. But at the same time, yeah, it gives me that problem, too. Whenever I'm looking at them, it's like, oh man, I need more! It's a problem, right? I have so many suits planned for just ideas, and I don't have time to make all these different suits, but I have so many plans because, I mean, I have so many ideas, just because there's so many things that could be done. Oh my gosh, that is one heck of a line. They must have been understaffed, man. There's no way that they did that on purpose. I mean, they must have known that it was going to be that crowded, is what I'm saying. Because that's really extra. That's bad. Yeah, I've decided I would like to do, like, slipper feet paws on stream one day. I think that would be fun. Because, I've definitely done the croc feet paws with the, that are made for digi-suits, but, yeah. I didn't really get to really show off the full slipper ones. It's really not that much of a difference, to be honest, but... Huh? Yeah, I just sliced Indigo's neck. Oops. Don't tell him I killed him. The very popular con. That makes sense. But still. Crocs! Yeah, I already have the Crocs in for my next commission, so... Boy, I mean, my next commission is just lined up. It is ready. Right? No one will ever know! You guys know that meme, right? I'll steal it! No one will ever know! That's my favorite. Alright, guys, so... It was a tedious process, but I did get the neck on there. Got the shoulder on there, and the front here. So, now I just need to make sure that all of this is going to stay when I peel it up. Sometimes I put a few layers of tape on the neck just because it tries to disintegrate when I try to peel it off. And part of the problem is because it doesn't have anything to stick to, because it's kind of just floating in air. Yeah. So I can see why some people would put a zipper on the back of their fursuit head, because, it makes it, like, grip onto your head better. It wouldn't need to be as big back here and puffy, but that's completely a stylistic choice. To me, I think it's kind of completely unnecessary. But yeah, I guess that is just me. I think I'd rather just make it slip over your head, because this is something silly, maybe, to some people, but to me, I get kind of worried if you have to unzip your fursuit head because, like, okay, heat stroke is a thing, and some people, like, I mean, you might not realize it until the last second, like, oh gosh, I gotta take off this fursuit head. But if you've ever tried to unzip, like, legs off a fursuit or the chest off your bodysuit, you will know that the zipper gets stuck in the fur. So imagine if you have some kind of heat stroke happening and you can't get your zipper undone for your fursuit head. That is my biggest fear. So that's why I don't want to make fursuit zippers in the back of the head. Now, I may change my mind in the future, but I don't know. For now, it's too big of a fear for me. I mean, I would do it if somebody asked me to, but I would get scared. Free guy in the theater. Whoa. How did you get unlimited free movie tickets? I want in. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't hate Venom 2. I thought it was okay. Just like I thought the first one was okay. But I liked the second one better because the first one was really scary. Yeah, I know, I'm a weenie. But I really thought it was terrifying. I don't like scary things, and I think the first one was really kind of a psychological horror. Maybe that's just me, but it really freaked me out, man. I was not into that, and I am a wimp. I didn't like it. Okay, so first things first, with his neck here, I want to draw that line all the way around. And again, don't make your line come up at the end. You want it to come down. Cool. So yeah, all this extra tape we'll cut off after. Make it come up and around, like kind of around the shoulder here, and come down here. You know, I hate to do this, but I have to cut his neck again. It's just not laying right, and I want it to lay right, so... Sorry, Indigo. I hate to cut your neck again, but it's not as flat here as it should be. It should be kind of straight down here and then the curve here. Yeah, that's better. That's more like it. It was just a little bit too rounded here. It's at least for me, like, the way I make my fursuit heads, my style, yeah. Okay. Cool, so now that I fixed that, I can retape it. Now that I've sliced his head off. Also, I've not heard of Free Guy. I don't know what that is. Even though I was just in the theater, I didn't see any, posters or anything for it, so I don't really know. What genre is that, if I may ask? Oh, you know what? That's not a bad idea. Like, I don't like the foam crafting either. I think it is awful. I hate it. Maybe that's just because it takes me so long, but I hate doing it, so... That is completely understandable. I'd offer to make you one, except I hate it too, so you might be better off just buying it from someone on Etsy. If you're willing to do that, I think you would have a good time. I think the rest of the process is really fun, for the most part. But that initial foam part is just really kind of frustrating. Yeah. That's a good idea. Oh, what the heck? Subscription service. That's nothing I've ever heard of before. I mean, that's cool. It's crazy. I've never heard of that for a movie theater. I mean, it sounds like it works. Especially if you like movies and you go to the movies a lot, you know? Why not? Plus, then, if you really liked a movie, you could go see it again. Or see whatever. Oh, no! Hi! I know I'm alive, I'm just as shocked as you are. How are you doing? Alright. We've got that neck. So the next step here is I need to draw the line of symmetry right down the middle. Because we've taped this whole half of the head. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the streaming services are really messing up people. The poor movie theaters. I kind of feel bad. They're trying to live. It's kind of like how Family Video went out of business and Blockbuster kind of like same thing, you know? Near half dead and relaxed. Yeah. I know that feeling. A weird feeling, but I'm surprisingly awake right now. Like, I think this stream has been going on for a while because it did get cut off a few times. I think I've been live for like 3 hours, and I'm very shocked that I'm still going strong. That's not like me. There we go. So I'm just using my X-Acto blade to cut across this line and peel off this tape. Yes, I am scratching the dummy, but that's what he's for. If you don't want to scratch the dummy, I'm sure there's a way you can get around it. Like, you could probably peel it up and then use scissors or something, but This is his job. Okay, awesome. Also, I thought about streaming Donkey Kong 64, because I haven't played that in years, actual years, and you know, I'm feeling like playing old game for once. It just sounds like a good time. There we go. I actually want to get rid of some more of this. I want to make that nice round shape. Yeah, there we go. I'm all about the shapes here. Video game NPC is... You lost me. I'm so sorry. You've totally lost me. Video game for what? And you know, I should know who Ryan Reynolds is. If you, I know the name. I mean, if you told me what he's in, maybe. I'm so sorry. Right! Right! I have no idea who it is. I mean, I'm sure he's just an actor that I probably know about, but, why are we both so clueless? Oh, the voice of Detective Pikachu. Okay. I have that movie. I've owned it. And I still haven't watched it. I'm gonna call it a time thing, because there's a million other things I'd rather do than watch a movie. Okay, a million things I need to do. Like errands, I need to do laundry, I need to do this, my commissions, I have like 80 projects on my shelf. It's like, it takes a lot to get me to watch a movie, but I'm still surprised I haven't seen it yet since I've owned it since Christmas. Yeah. Okay, so this part's kind of hard. I'm trying to get the exact symmetry line right in the middle. And yeah, it is a bit of a difficult task. I'm just kind of making little marks so that I can make one long line after. Yeah, I'll put it here. I'll try this. Sometimes I'll make this whole line and then I'll cut it and then I'll realize that it's like slanted and then I frown. Alright. So, kind of hard to see. I did put some tick marks here, guessing where the center line of this head is. So now I'm going to try to connect the dots and make it nice and straight line. Which, you know, is kind of difficult because it's a rounded surface. It's not like a straight piece of paper, like flat, but just do the best you can and it'll probably be good enough. Oh! You know, I've never seen any of the Deadpool movies either. I would probably think they were funny. I don't know. I think just the original crass humor is what turned me off from watching it in the first place, but I probably would like it. Also, it's weird to me, just how much of it is CGI. Like, I don't know if anybody else can tell, but it was really weird. I could see a lot of the, CGI flaws in, certain movies, and commercials for Deadpool, I see really bad CGI sometimes. And, in Venom, too, I could see there was a lot of really bad CGI. I mean, there was a lot of really good CGI, too. Don't get me wrong. There was a lot of good stuff in there, too. But there was also a lot of really bad CGI. But it probably looked good to a lot of people. I don't think I would have noticed if I hadn't delved into that in the past, in the animation field. You've seen them and they're awesome? Alright, yeah, I mean, I'll have to give them a go. I haven't seen them. They're probably great, though. I will have to give them a shot. Yes! That is the exact scene I'm talking about. And any scene where it's half and half with Cletus and Carnage, any half and half scene like that is bad. And yes, I'm so glad that you said that. It looked bad, right? It didn't look good. Most of the okay. But there was other parts that looked bad too. It wasn't just the half and half part. Like, I don't know. It just feels like they either needed a better budget, or they were rushed, or whoever was in charge legitimately did not know what they were doing. Like, I can judge, but I really shouldn't be one to talk since it's not my job. And I know how hard it is, though. Like, special effects like that is not easy. However, it can be done. It's proven to be done much better than that in the past. So, I'm just kind of willing to bet that they just didn't want to spring for the budget to make it better. I think, because honestly, like, I think they could have done it if they would have given them the time and budget. Yo! You are so right. The first Venom is somewhat really boring. I will say that. There was a few scenes where it was like, yeah, I'm having fun. And then a lot of it was just kind of, I mean, I don't know if that's the right word to say it, but I've been calling it psychological horror. The rest of it was just kind of almost like a horror film. And like, why? You know? It was weird. Why? There is a lot of boring in Venom. And you know what? That's actually, if you have an action movie, imagine, you know, like Venom 2, where you're having Venom and Carnage fighting. There is something in film that you need to do, and it's like it giving your audience a breather. So what you want to do is, if you have an action-packed movie like Fast and the Furious, something crazy action, you need downtime. You need to give your audience a minute to just like take a breath, calm down, and just kind of like take it easy, so that when you get back to the action, they can get pumped up again. But Venom 1 was so much boring. It was too slow. So that when the action scenes came in, you were like, yeah! But the problem is, there wasn't enough action scene to balance out the boring. And that does happen in the beginning of Venom 2, but a lot of Venom 2 is just, it's like the beginning is boring, and then the second half is go, 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 go. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's pacing. That's the word I was looking for. And pacing is the golden word of the day. That is not, it's not an easy thing. I mean, nothing in the film business is easy. It's, so, you know, like, I understand. I don't really want to judge too hard, but at the same time, They had the budget, right? So, come on now. Yeah, Venom was painfully boring, yeah. Yeah! Do you have any of them internets? Okay, you know that meme? Hello, fellow children, or kids, or something. I think it's... I gotta Google that really fast. Hello, fellow kids meme. Yes! Yes! Yes, okay. Hang on, guys. This is important enough for me to bring the camera. Okay, hold on. Oh, I can't get close enough. Hi. I can't get close enough because the stand is too tall. Hang on. This is important. You'll see. This is so worth it. Totally worth it. Just gotta pull down my entire stand. Hold on, guys. I swear, I'm almost done. It's worth it for the meme. Okay. How do you do, fellow kids? Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's the important stuff right there. That's exactly how I felt when he's like, do you have any of them internets? It's like, yeah. Really? Yeah, no, it's a shame because I feel like I'm somewhere in the middle because the parts that were fun were really fun, but the parts that were boring were really boring. And seeing as it was, I'd say it would be like a 30 to 70%. 30 against 70. 30% action, 70% please kill me, I'm bored. Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there. I do think it was boring majority of the time, which is a shame. I do think it was worth watching, and I do think I would watch it again in the future, but I do think that there's a lot of other choices of movies that are more worth your time. Like the original Sam Raimi trilogy of Spider-Man. I love that series. It's so good. It's so aged and I don't even care. You only went to the sequel to laugh at it! Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I think your opinion is a little bit harsher than mine, but we can definitely both agree that it could have been better. But you know what worries me? Alright, spoilers. Not big spoilers, but definitely spoilers. If you haven't seen Venom 2 yet. So the after credits scene about bringing in the other Spider-Man, that kind of worries me. Like I don't want them to be part of the same universe. The Avengers universe is amazing. I don't want them to bring Venom into that. And I hope that's not what that after scene credits meant. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Venom has so much to him. Also, yeah, I guess mild. Dang it. Yeah, spoilers again for Venom 2. I'm sorry. So for Venom to be able to defeat Carnage, which is a stronger symbiote with he's got more power too because he keeps eating people. So Venom, who isn't eating tons of people every 3 seconds, he's weaker, you know. So I was wondering how the heck, like, you gotta give Carnage some kind of weakness if you want this story to end happy. Like, if you want Venom to be able to win in the end, Carnage has to lose, right? So how are they gonna make Carnage weaker? And what they did was really weird. And I'm really sorry, this is still spoiler territory. What they did was really weird is they made it so Cletus and the Carnage symbiote couldn't, like, bond properly. Like, they weren't perfect symbiotes. And you know what? That's dumb. That's wrong. I'm sorry, that is so wrong. 'Cause in comics and, yeah, I gotta bring out the comics, guys. In many other instances, Carnage is so bonded with his symbiote that he doesn't even call himself, he doesn't even say we. Like, Venom calls himself we are Carnage. Carnage just says I am Carnage, because he's so well bonded with his symbiote. So in this movie, for his weakness to be that he's not bonding well with his symbiote, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. That just made me a little eensy-weensy, a little bit angry. But, I mean, the fighting scenes, there was a lot of interesting content in there. Yeah! Yes, right? Also, I'm pointing a knife straight at you. I'm sorry about that. Right? I'm so glad somebody agrees, man. That's great. That's great. They were bringing Spider-Man and Venom together. No! I didn't know that they were doing that. I didn't know. The newest Spider-Man, the boy, the teenager, or whatever, he is so much better than this Venom. Also, depending on the universe or whatever, oh god, what's his name? I forgot his name. Oh, man. Eddie Brock. I don't know why I forgot that. Depending on the universe, Eddie Brock is sometimes the same age-ish as Peter, and sometimes he's a lot older, and when he's a lot older than Peter, I don't know why, but it always makes me very uncomfortable. Like, I don't know. Also, I wondered why they made Eddie Brock in the Venom movies, like, not blonde. His character is known for being blonde. Yeah! Right? They're gonna wreck it! I'm so horrified! I don't know, man. They're gonna do the Spider-Man movies dirty and the Avengers movies. You can't do this, please. So, the people I went to see the movie with, they said, I wonder when the third Venom is coming out. And I said, I don't think there's gonna be a third Venom. I think the next movie is gonna be one that combines Spider-Man and Venom in like a new combination thing. I'm so sad that they said that they were bringing them together. I didn't know about that, but at least it doesn't technically count as spoilers now. I hate talking spoilers, but I did say spoilers, so. Yeah, don't bring the boringness from Venom to Spider-Man. Honestly, we gotta check the director. That's what we gotta do. We gotta check the director. The director can change the whole thing. So, if it's the same director from Venom and Venom 2, we're screwed. But if it's the director from basically anywhere else, we have hope. Alright, I just realized that there's some spots here where I'm missing some tape, so I can't continue drawing the symmetry line until I put some tape here. There we go. They could make... You're hopeful they could make Venom better if he's in the MCU. Yeah. We always thought they were going to bring Tom Holland into Venom's world. Is Tom Holland, is that the new Spider-Man? The teenage Spider-Man? Because I can't remember his name. There will be a third Venom that's already confirmed. Oh, okay. Yeah, like, I thought that the third Venom was definitely going to be, like, not just a... Like, I thought the third Venom was just going to be the new movie with them combined. But if the third Venom is going to be just another Venom, like, just Venom alone, no Superman, not Spider-Man or anything else, then I really don't know where they're going with the story. But I am a little bit concerned. I will say that. I have concern. So, right now I drew the symmetry line, and I'm just kind of cutting along the symmetry line. Just trying to make cut off this extra pieces that I don't need. we go. When the thing you want to buy costs less than the shipping. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, Micah. A combined movie and Venom. Oh, okay. Okay. A combined movie and Venom 3. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't think Venom 3 was gonna exist, truly. That was my hypothesis, but I guess. Yeah, they're trying to do a weird Venom verse. What the heck? I'm not into that, actually. I really like Venom, but the thing is, I mean, come on, man. You already have an MCU. Like, you know, just build off of that. You don't need to choose one specific character. I mean, Venom is cool and all, but if you're gonna make a ton of movies, choose somebody like Spider-Man. Like, I don't know. I just feel like they've exhausted anything they could do with Venom, because I don't know. Unless they had a different director, I don't know where this could possibly go that would be good. Yeah, me too! I hope Venom 3 gets a different director. Me too. I seriously agree. I think Venom 2 was better than Venom 1, but, not by too much. I do think the story was more well-paced in general, but it was still not that great. That's just me. Venom isn't Spider-Man No Way Home. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I was thinking. Because I didn't even know that existed until I was in the theater and I saw that as one of the previews. So if I didn't see that as one of the previews, I'd be so confused right now. Alright, so I did make the symmetry line. It's a little bit jaggedy, but that's okay because when you're dealing with the neck, you're gonna have, unless it's a specific design, I prefer to use long fur, like the full length of the shaggy luxury fur. So it's okay if you have a little bit of jaggedy or weirdness on the neck because long faux fur, like at least 1 inch long or longer, will hide oddities like that. But when you're doing the rest of the face, that's why you need to be really careful, because it's short fur and or minky or something that you can't hide oddities. So, yeah, that's really important. Okay, this is kind of bizarre. I'm trying to find the symmetry line here. It's giving me a little bit of trouble. I'm just going to keep working on it until I get the symmetry perfectly cut. Till now, the Venom movies are something I don't regret watching, but I wouldn't rewatch them. Yeah, you know what? I gotta agree. I gotta agree with that. Yeah, I have to agree. Unfortunately, I own Venom 1, so. I don't think it's that bad. I would put it on in the background when I'm sewing and working on fursuits, and then I would look up and I will watch the action scenes and the best scenes. I think in that respect, that's a really good movie to work on stuff in the background too, because slower movies like that are awesome for that. But for a movie to just sit down and watch, no distractions, I don't think Venom is one of the best movies. But it's not one of the worst either. I would sit down and watch it. I would. It was definitely entertaining. And I didn't hate it, and I would watch it again, but I probably wouldn't go out of my way to watch it again. Like, if somebody was playing it, I'd be like, alright. But it's just the very definition of an okay movie, you know? Yeah, right! Always watch movies while drawing. That's great. You know, I can't watch movies when I'm drawing because I need too much focus. For some reason, when I'm drawing, it's just too much. It's too hard for me. But when I'm doing any other fursuit work, 90% of the time I can. But once in a great while, like if I'm making a new pattern or something, I can't, and I gotta focus, and I gotta shut everything off. Which is kind of lame, because I prefer to listen to music or whatever. But, that's cool. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Office. I heard that they took it off of Netflix, which, if that's true, is pretty lame because I actually haven't finished the whole series. Oh, God. Okay. Accidentally, had a little catastrophe, but it's okay. I'm fixing it. This is why you gotta be careful when you're, pulling these patterns off or cutting them or anything with these patterns, really, because they don't want to stick that well, because it is masking tape. It's meant to come off easy. That's its job. Okay. Yeah, so if you're buying masking tape to do this, don't get ones that say, like, guaranteed to never stick or easy pull off. Never get those, because those will have less glue, and frankly, it's not enough glue to keep the thing on, even just for, like, patterning. Because I've done that before, and they're just not strong enough. Even some regular masking tape, like the one I have here, tries to peel up. So if you get a weaker one with weaker glue, it's not good. It won't do good for you. Poor Micah, BRB, gotta change a diaper. Yeah. When I worked in a daycare. Good times. Alright. Gives you motivation. You're in kind of a constant art block. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Yeah, that works. That works really well, actually. Especially if you need to be in a certain, mood. Put on certain music. That's a great idea, honestly. I guess I haven't thought about that, really. If you need to get yourself in a certain mood for a certain art piece, especially, like, yeah. Alright. Come on, tape. I just said how it's like, don't get the weak tape, and now I'm having trouble getting it off. Okay. Cool. So this looks good to me. I do believe it's centered enough. So I'm just gonna look at it from far back, and actually, I'll even... I'll knock over the camera, apparently. I'll even take a picture of it sometimes, because it gives you a completely different way of looking at it. Oh, no! Oh, you know what? I'm not sure why that is, but you can only draw... Or you get your most inspired when it's like the worst timing ever. It's sorry, man. I don't know why that is. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I will. I am alive, so that's a good thing to be today. So I will message you when I am done. Thanks for hanging out for so long. That was fun. I liked getting to chat nerdy stuff with you. So yeah. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see ya. Alright, so... yeah, I will take pictures of this. Actually, I like to take pictures of every step as I go. I kind of just take a picture, rotate it a little, take a picture. Because sometimes it's just cool and nice, depending on what you're doing. It can be useful to have that, well, I can't think of the word, but evidence, like, just see how it came out and what it looked like. It's just, it's interesting. I like being able to look at it, go back later, and look at stuff like that. Oh no, that's terrible. Oh. I'm sorry, man. I feel that. I feel that. That is the struggle of life. Alright, I need to get a picture inside the mouth here. So here's a few tips on symmetry. If you're having trouble, take pictures of it. Look at the picture. It'll give you a different view of it. Or you can even set it across the room and get very far back and look at it. That helps a lot. Even if you take a picture and then use your phone or whatever to flip the image, sometimes it helps you see spots that you didn't see before that need to be changed. Yeah, symmetry. That's the name of the game with the head, and it's hard. It's definitely a struggle. Alright. And that is currently what I'm doing right now. Attempting symmetry. Okay. I think I got it. Yeah, drawing the patterns, even though that's like the most fun part, it's like the quickest part. It takes like 2 seconds, which is a shame. I wish that was the part that took longer, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, it's just... I might actually use my scissors here. This is just kind of a hard angle to use on the X-Acto blade. I'm just a scissors person. I will always choose scissors if I can over the X-Acto blade. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I need to X-Acto blade this part, though. I think that's really... I think the rain is pretty, nice to listen to, but man, just sitting in it, I don't think I could do it. I think you're pretty brave, because I don't like how it gets on me and it makes me cold. I guess that's what rain does, but when rain makes me cold, it makes me cold, and I don't like being cold. So I guess you're a pretty brave person, because, I don't know, just personally, I don't know if you could get me to go out in the rain. I mean, I've done it before, but, you know, just to, like, run around and have fun in the rain, but I was very prepared mentally, like, that I am going to get very wet. And now I kind of have a sudden fear of rain, so, that was, yeah, I had an interesting experience when my car floated away in the rain, so that kind of gave me a fear of rain. Alright. Progress. Cool. So I do believe this is good enough. Yeah, color theory is something I have trouble with. Still, to this day. And I mean, I went to college for arts, and I still can't do it, you know? Like, it's hard. One day I'll get better at it. Yeah, it's like, why? I believe you will get perfect at it too one day. It just takes so much effort to get it right, you know? Alright, we've made it. Awesome. Okay, well, we almost made it. I forgot about the top of the head. Oops. Okay, but the thing is, now I'm tired. This took me way longer than I thought it would, which is sad. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to do most of the patterning, or at least get a good start on the patterning. And then we'll just see how far we get, and then I will stop and do any extra bit I need to do, any extra tweaks and perfectionist things after. So we're just gonna get as far as we can with this patterning today. Oh, what do you want to draw? What should you draw? You could draw anything. Oh boy. Yeah. Alright, the goal was to try to do this. I don't know if I have the energy, to be honest. Oh boy. Yeah. I mean, I taped this whole thing up. It took forever. I can't believe how long it took. Now I'm too tired to do the patterning. Alright, so maybe I'll do the patterning later. But I will still share some important tips. And also, maybe I'll just post some pictures on the Discord after. Yeah! Okay, so... Okay, spots like right here. You, can't see it because it's not in the camera. There we go, okay. Spots like right here, like this rounded earpiece, I would always make that a seam. In fact, all the way around the ear, around this whole back, definitely make that a seam. And depending on how round this earpiece is, I've had some really thick ears before where I had to have some slits coming up here. That kind of depends. I think I can get away with it this time. Alright, let me just draw the inner ear. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so here's the inner ear line. And, this part, this curves around. This part also curves around, which means you're gonna have to have a slit that goes from the tippy top of the ear up here down to at least here. And if your ear is really thick, I mean, you might need a few slits. But usually I'll just choose one, I'll make one slit. So, this whole rim of the ear is actually purple. So I'm gonna do a slit right here. There we go. So we can wrap it around. So this will be one big earpiece. Hang on just a second. There we go. Okay. So here's the tip of the ear. So you can cut along this line. And this whole back piece is purple. Right here is all purple. And there we go. So it wraps around to the front on this side and on this side. And this is where that slit ends right here. So when you sew all this together, ta-da! So that's how I like to cut apart my ears. And I will cut a line, you know, all the way around the base of the ear too. And any other area that has a lot of deformation, like this sudden change here, this sudden almost right angle, that's an immediate line right there. That's, well, this one might be fine. This one might be fine. It really depends, but you may or may not need to put a line here, like a seam here. This, honestly, this part would probably be fine because it curves down this way. But this part right here might need a seam, this edge. So normally, for the eyebrows, I'll make this whole front part flat right here. I'll put a seam around this whole front piece so that the eyebrow on the top up here is separated from this front piece, which is separated from this center piece right here, separate from the ear. And then I'll have like a line that usually goes around like here-ish. I'll probably put it right here. Like this. And this is the part that connects. Ooh, can you even see that? I'll make it a little darker. Okay. So normally I would draw like the pattern on it, and then I would draw these extra lines of where I would need to cut seams, but I'm just showing you guys real fast where I would put seams. Like if you pretend this is an entirely white head or just one color, like, this is where I would definitely make sure you put seams. So, this is where I always put it for the cheek, right here. Goes down into this. And then, depending where you want to switch the end of the cheek to the black minky on the inside, I usually put a line right here. Yeah. And so that's really particular. And I'll usually continue this line down here. There we go. So depending on what pieces you're putting where, like I need this coming all the way down, like this whole cheek piece, probably gonna have to have several, like I'll put a line here to separate this cheek, and I'll probably have to have several darts coming in, like one here, yeah. So I'm gonna go around this around this whole cheeky cheek right here. So basically, like, right at the line where the neck would start, between the neck and the jaw. So that's what line I'm drawing now. Cool. So you can see I have this line here. That's like this jaw piece. And so for this big cheek piece, it's cut off, possibly cut off up here, but it's not necessary, but I like to cut it off here. That way I can angle the fur on the cheek kind of this way and have the fur on the top of the head kind of straight back angled. Oh, sorry. Yeah, and for this big round cheek, this one dart isn't going to cut it, and it's probably going to have to come pretty far in too. So I might have to have like 3 darts, like one here, one down here. Yeah. So for this up here, this edge that I said you're gonna need a seam for sure, probably, likely. I put a line here, and maybe, this part depends, because you need to put the eyebrow on first, and that might just give you a seam. If you don't, if you're depending on the eyebrow shape, you may need to add a seam here or not, but I'll usually add a seam that goes all the way around here, like this. That's what I'll usually do for that. And to the top of the head here, this can or does not have to be a seam, depending on if it's the same color as the eyebrow here, because the fur usually goes back towards the back of the head this way. But I'll usually have just like a square piece right here, just right here in between the ears. I'll cut it off like right here usually. And then from the back, here you can see this is our little square that we just made on the top of the head, and here's where this line starts. And I gotta make it a little straighter actually. Cool. And so now the head is rounded, right? It's, at least not all of them are, but my head here happens to be round. You can't just flatten something round. So just like the cheek, how we had to put big darts right here, we're gonna have to put some darts on the back of the head. So right here we have this neckline going all the way around the neck. So let's continue that. Let's finish the neckline. So I'm just gonna continue it right here. This looks good to me. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we've got the neckline that goes around, and now we just have this big head piece. So I'm probably, let's put some darts in it going this way. Yeah, like this. Okay. So this big piece shaped like this about, if you try to lay it flat, it won't lay flat unless you cut a few lines here. And then there you go. I might even have to put a dart on this side right here, because it's really curved in here with the ear, but we'll see. I'll do it if it's necessary. I'm getting really thirsty. Okay, a little better. So now, oh, I didn't finish drawing all the way around the ear. I'm gonna do that. So what I like to do is I will usually mark the markings on the head first, like the circles and the shapes, the eyebrows, and all the patterns, you know? And then I will put any extra seams like this, because depending on the pattern, you might not need any extra seams. Sometimes the pattern is so, like, sometimes the pattern, since it has different colors switching, like, let's say the ear is blue and this is purple. Well, I mean, I don't need to draw a seam here. I'm already gonna have a seam. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like I'm gonna have a seam here because the different colors, no matter what, I need a seam. So, you know, it's like you can't do 2 seams in the same spot. It's like, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah. Okay, so that's why I like to do the pattern first, because the pattern may change where you put your extra seams, if that makes sense. But I'm just doing it out of order because the pattern's going to take me a long time to get perfect, because I like to focus on it. I want to focus my full attention on it, make sure I do a good job for the commission. So That's why I'm not doing it right now, because I'm too tired. No! Eyes! Eyes are hard. I still struggle with eyes. Especially because there's so many ways to draw eyes. Like, many eyes. You know what? That's fine. That's good. It may suck, but it's helping you get better, right? Maybe just find some good reference and try some eyes that you never tried before. That's what I do when I get stuck and I'm just like, this is awful, I hate it. I try a different art style completely, and then sometimes it makes it fun. If not, I'm so sorry. Okay, we're almost done marking the things that are important here. This jaw needs to go all the way down. I don't know why I stopped here. Okay. So this jaw piece right here goes all the way underneath and around. And this can be mirrored if you want to. A lot of these things that have this middle symmetry line can be mirrored. But honestly, most of the time it's easier if you do not mirror it and make, like, because, I mean, this piece in the back, this piece can easily, this neck piece, you know, you flip it and you cut it out as one big piece. That one might be the only time that it's easy, because it's like a straight line. But something like this, with the head, with the slits, like, you can't really mirror it that easily. But you can mirror the top of the head pretty easily, because it's just like a basic square right here, like a polygon shape. Yeah. Okay, so for the neck, obviously this is too much curve. We're gonna have to do something about it. And the fur is gonna go straight down. So if the fur is going down this way, I usually like to make, let's start at the bottom here. I choose the most intense area of curve, and that's where I'm gonna put like a little shoulder pad. So this is where I'm gonna go with this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Okay, I really like how that turned out. So I put a line right here, because this will get a little bit of deformation, but not too much. And there's lines right here, so this one will come out. That'll be nice. And this line right here, there may be too much deformation here. It's really bent, so I might put another line here, another seam, but we'll have to see if it's necessary or not. It might not be. It might not even be necessary, but I might put a seam up here too. So, I don't think it's necessary, but just in case. Basically, just try to cut out the main areas, and if you have too much deformation, to lay the pattern flat. If it doesn't lay flat, then you might need to add some more slits, like relief cuts, or you might even just need to do what I did here and make it completely two separate pieces, if they're just too powerful. Alright, I'll usually put a line right here that goes across the muzzle. There we go. Yeah. So the front here, I can't really show you too much what I normally do, because I'll draw the eyebrow in, and then it'll depend what shape and size the eyebrow is. But since I didn't do the pattern yet for the character design, I can't really do that. Sorry. Okay, so the muzzle here. Now the muzzle is a really round piece, and it may change depending on what shape, colors you have, again, like normal. But in this case, especially since this is a dragon with a round nose, I will choose, like, if this was a rectangle, I will choose the corner. That corner is exactly where I will draw my relief cut, and it will go all the way down and under, but I'll do the inside in a second. And this is such a round shape, I think I'm going to need another relief cut, so I'm going to put it right here probably, because that's where the deformation looks really intense, and where it wouldn't lay flat unless there was a slice there. Cool. Yeah, that'll work. So we've got two slices here. That'll, for a lot of wolves and stuff, one slice right here in the corner will probably be fine, but this is such a round shape that it might be necessary. And For the eye here, you may be able to leave it as one big piece, or you may need to cut it separate and just have like a... Honestly, usually I'll put shaved fur on the inside of the eye here, but it... Again, it depends. It's hard to just give blanket statements because a lot of this is really... it depends on what you're doing. So like we did with the muzzle, how we had to choose the corner and kind of make a seam for it. We need to do that for this bottom jaw too. So I'm gonna choose these two most strong pieces that really need a cut here. And again, if you're doing a wolf, you may, because they've got very boxy muzzle, they might not need two slits here. But for me, with this really round muzzle, 2 is gonna have to do. Gonna need 2. Okay, so I bring these slits all the way up to here, and this flat level spot right here, that is still part of the lip. But this edge right here, this edge is where it starts being black minky, because it's the inside of the mouth. So I'm gonna make a complete line, which is kind of really hard because it's on like this right on this corner. It's kind of bent. It's hard to draw on this line, but I'm trying. Okay. Yeah, so I gotta get right on that line and draw. There we go. Okay, cool. So that is exactly where the black minky is gonna start, right here on this inside line. And you're gonna need to do that on the upside, on the upper jaw too, like the muzzle top. So these relief cuts that we made, they will go all the way down until they hit that line where it becomes minky. Boy, this part is hard. See, usually when I'm making my foam base, I'll be really careful to like make this a sharp edge here to make it easy to tell for myself later on when I'm taping it and cutting it and stuff. Like, this is the edge where the lip goes. But right now, it's not the easiest. Giving myself a hard time. There we go. Okay. Little by little, it's coming along. Ugh. Sorry guys, give me just a second. This is not easy. Alright, and so, you see where this line is? Hang on. Okay, camera. Alright, camera, we're going in. I'm gonna do my best to show you this. This is a hard part right here. Okay. Okay, this isn't working. Let's rearrange here. Okay. We'll go down a little bit. Okay. Excellent, yes. Okay. So this is the line right here where the lip ends, and where the black up here is the black minky for the inside of the mouth. And the same here. This is where the lip ends, right here, and the black minky starts here. So, you just gotta connect these two lines. Like, and that will tell you... There we go. Doing the best I can with this camera in my face. Yeah, connect these lines into one big long line. And that'll tell you just exactly how much you need to make in, like, that's part of the line that you need for this cheek piece. Like, see, it's in here. You need that line. So don't forget to draw that line between, because it'll show you just how much piece you need for the cheek. I think I went over almost everything that's important. This ear is pretty flat on the inside. If it's really, really, really curved, you might need a slit that goes like from here to here, or maybe even 2 pieces, but I don't think that's really necessary. Yeah. And I think that's it. I think that's the most important things I wanted to say. So what I would do next is, well, after you draw the pattern, like the character's pattern on there, the markings and stuff, then do what I just did. Check if there's any other spots, these main spots that need to have seams. Then, make arrows on which direction the furs go. Like, on the neck it goes On the neck, the fur goes straight down. On the cheek, I like to make it go back or down slightly at an angle, but usually straight back. Muzzle, straight back. Jaw, straight back. Eyebrow, straight up. And eyebrows, top of eyebrow, straight back. Ears, I like them to go straight up, pointing towards the tip of the ear. And this head, starting at the very top of the head, straight down. Yeah. So, that's what I like to do with this. So after you draw your arrows, then you need to just write a really tiny little marking. Just write the exact color it is, right? On each piece, write black, purple, blue, whatever color it is. Next to the arrow, just write exactly what color it is. And then finally, take pictures. Take lots of pictures, many pictures. Because this is a puzzle, and you're just about to take it apart. And you don't have a cheat sheet. So taking these pictures will help you put this puzzle back perfectly. Oh, one more thing. If you do have trouble putting the pieces back together, sometimes you can, this works for a lot of people, and it does for me too, but I usually just forget to do it, but you can make little tick marks, like this. There we go. All the way down. So that when you're trying to combine these two pieces back together, you can line up these tick marks. And that will help a lot, actually. Especially if you're just new to this or whatever. I highly suggest putting tick marks. I kind of put a lot here. I would only put one every, like, 2 inches or something. I mean, you don't need a ton, but putting a tick mark every now and again is really helpful to help line it up. So yeah, do that, and then, you know, take pictures. Then, use your X-Acto blade or your scissors, non-stick scissors if you have them, and just carefully cut or slice off each piece that you need. And, yeah, just really carefully. Then you have your pattern, and if you need to do it, if you need it for the other side, all you have to do is flip it, you know? So, I do believe I said all the stuff I wanted to say. Sorry I didn't finish this, but I've been live for almost 4 hours. Almost, so, yeah. That's a really long stream for me, especially since I've been gone for so long. I just came back and I'm like, well, all day stream. So, yeah. By the way, you shouldn't be able to fit the eye in after it's at this piece, at this part, because the tape is going to be too thick in the way. So if you try to force that eye in, it might wreck your pattern, so don't do that. But I will put it in on this side. Yeah. So yeah, he's on the way. I'll probably finish this tonight, and I'll probably post some pictures on Discord once I got the pattern all drawn. But for now, I guess I'm going to take a walk. Because I've been sitting for a while. Thank you for joining me on this journey with lots of tape. Lots of complaining, and yeah, lots of tape. I need to go buy more tape. Mr. Woofs. Alright, Figby and Mr. Woofs say bye. He's really cool now with his glasses. He's got cool shades. Alright, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Appreciate it. Bye!